3 years pass by in the blink of an eye, and the quiet elven kingdom becomes a place of intense growth and hidden power. Over these years, Arthur has grown from a small child into a handsome, sharp-eyed preteen. His peaceful morning is shattered when a hand suddenly grips his bare foot. With a ruthless surge of mana, Tessia forcefully twists his ankle to wake him up. Arthur screams in pain, begging her to stop. He sits up on his blanket on the floor, rubbing his red, bruised ankle, and asks if she could find a slightly gentler way to wake him up. Tessia places her hands on her hips, proudly declaring that he should be grateful a pretty girl like her is waking him up at all. Arthur playfully murmurs that he finds the palace maids plenty pretty, which instantly causes Tessia's face to darken with a terrifying, jealous glare. Shaking off the morning banter, the two walk up the grand palace staircase to meet Virion for their daily lesson. Standing in his training robes with a wooden sword in hand, Virion prepares to explain the deeper mysteries of magic. The world of magic is built on a delicate structure. There are 4 basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. When a mage goes far beyond the mastery of these foundational elements, they can unlock higher forms, known as deviants. Fire masters can unlock lightning, water masters can control ice, wind masters can command sound, and earth masters can manipulate gravity. Each race on the continent has its own unique relationship with these elements, keeping a subtle balance of power. Dwarves have a natural affinity for earth and fire, giving them the unique ability to mold and bend metal, while the most talented among them can control magma. Elves are limited to water, wind, and earth, but they possess a much higher natural affinity than humans, and in very rare cases, they can produce deviants who control plants. Humans are highly versatile, capable of manipulating any of the 4 basic elements. They are also the only race that can produce deviants in any element, along with unique anomalies that cannot be categorized, such as healers and emitters. Back in the grassy courtyard, Tessia lies flat on her back, completely exhausted from her physical training, which she does. She raises her hand to ask why Arthur does not have to train his physical body with magic like she does. Arthur silently reflects on how incredibly talented Tessia is. While humans are lucky to awaken their mana cores in their late preteen years, elves often awaken by age 10. Tessia had even awakened earlier at the tender age of 9, which nearly destroyed her bedroom in a sudden burst of raw power. Virion explains that Arthur's training over the past 3 years has actually been far more intense than hers. Instead of running and swinging swords, Arthur has been fusing his bones, muscles, and organs directly with his mana. Once this agonizing process is complete, Arthur's body will be stronger and more resilient than a veteran warrior. Arthur quietly mutters that his body still feels incredibly sensitive when Tessia hits him, prompting Virion to laugh. Virion's face turns serious as he announces that today is the final step of the assimilation. Today, Arthur will finally become a true beast tamer. Virion kneels before Arthur, his hand glowing with a bright, concentrated golden mana. He places his palm directly onto Arthur's chest, explaining that he is going to ignite Arthur's mana core by channeling a massive amount of his own energy. He tells Arthur he'll feel a bit warm, but it shouldn't be too bad. Arthur grits his teeth, bracing himself, but the warmth instantly turns into an unbearable, scorching heat. The beast will inside him reacts violently. Arthur screams in agony as a blinding explosion of pink and gold light erupts from his chest. The massive shockwave blasts outward, slamming Virion hard against a stone column and sending Tessia tumbling head over heels across the courtyard. When the dust finally settles, a massive cracked crater scars the stone floor. Arthur lies completely unconscious in the center, his shirt torn to shreds. Tessia screams his name, and both she and Virion rush to his side. Arthur slowly opens his eyes, groaning that he is fine. But Virion ignores the boy's reassurance. Looking at Arthur with deep, wide-eyed seriousness, Virion demands to know the truth. He asks what kind of beast could possibly possess a will so powerful that it caused such a violent reaction. Arthur looks up quietly and gives a soft, honest reply. She was a dragon. Virion's jaw drops in absolute shock. The legendary elf is completely thunderstruck, realizing that he has just spent the last 3 years training a genuine dragon tamer. Later, Arthur recovers in his bedroom, sitting in bed with a small bandage on his forehead. Virion sits beside him, having finally calmed down from the shocking revelation. Arthur asks him to keep the dragon's identity a secret, even after he eventually leaves the kingdom. Virion nods in agreement, but his expression turns solemn. He reveals that Arthur's departure date has just been moved up. Instead of waiting another 2 years, Arthur is scheduled to leave for home in just 4 months. Arthur sits up in shock, his bandage flying off. Virion explains that 3 kingdoms have finally confirmed a youth tournament. Because of this, the teleportation portals in Xyrus City will soon be open to the elven kingdom of Eleanor. Virion places a comforting hand on Arthur's shoulder. He tells him not to worry, reminding him that after years of only checking in on his family through Rinia's magic basin, he will finally get to see his parents in person. Virion playfully rubs Arthur's hair, warning him that his remaining 4 months of training will be harder than anything he has faced so far. As Virion closes the door to let him rest, Arthur sits alone on his bed, quietly whispering, "4 months, huh?" Suddenly, a soft thud echoes through the quiet room. Sylvia's beautiful, rainbow-glowing egg slips off the couch and rolls across the floor. Arthur watches in stunned, breathless silence as a distinct crack echoes through the space. Glowing, vibrant fractures begin to spiderweb across the egg's surface, and Arthur can only whisper, "What the?" The colorful, glowing stone slips off the couch and rolls across the floor, coming to a stop with a soft thud. Arthur sits up in bed, his eyes widening in shock as a distinct cracking sound echoes through the quiet room. This is no ordinary stone. It is an egg, and it is beginning to hatch. Arthur watches breathlessly as a glowing fissure splits the shell. Suddenly, a sharp beam of light shoots out, and a small, bright yellow eye peers through the crack. Before Arthur can even process his shock, the shell splinters further with a sharp pop, and a tiny, scaled black tail wiggles out. With a final shake of the shell, a small, pitch-black creature emerges onto the floor. It has tiny wings, small horns, and large, curious yellow eyes. The little creature stretches and lets out a wide yawn before tumbling onto its back. Arthur approaches slowly, kneeling on the floor to lift the fragile baby into his hands. He gently asks if it is a dragon, and the creature responds with a happy, high-pitched squeak. Arthur cannot help but smile at how adorable the little beast is. But the tender moment is cut short. Without warning, the baby dragon clamps its sharp teeth down on Arthur's arm. Arthur yelps in pain as the creature clings to his wrist. When it finally lets go, a strange smoking sensation rises from the bite mark. Arthur watches in fascination as the red wound begins to shift, transforming into a permanent circular runic tattoo. Suddenly, a voice echoes clearly inside Arthur's mind, calling out, "Mama!" Arthur flinches, looking around the empty room in confusion. The baby dragon squeaks again, and the voice rings out once more, demanding attention. Arthur laughs nervously as he realizes the creature is communicating with him telepathically. He points a finger at the baby and gently tells her that since he is a boy, she should at least call him Papa. Stroking her head, he decides to name her Sylvie, in honor of her mother. Sylvie chirps happily, trying her best to repeat her new name. As Arthur looks down at the fresh runic mark on his wrist, he realizes its true purpose. The mark forms a deep, spiritual bond, connecting his soul directly to the little dragon. He can feel her emotions as if they are his own. He chuckles at the sheer absurdity of his new life. He's only 8 years old, yet he already has a tattoo and is officially a father. Arthur finally lies back down on his large bed, curling up with Sylvie tucked safely in his arms for a peaceful sleep. But his rest does not last long. A loud, excited shriek pierces the room, causing Arthur to bolt upright in panic. Tessia is standing by his bed, tightly hugging the tiny black dragon with hearts in her eyes, squealing about how cute she is. Sylvie, looking utterly squished, desperately calls out to Arthur in his mind, begging for help. Arthur sighs, pulling the blanket over his head in a vain attempt to go back to sleep, while Tessia happily carries the baby dragon away. Later that day, Arthur and Tessia walk down the grand palace corridors. Sylvie sits comfortably on top of Arthur's head, casting a wary glare at Tessia. Tessia admits she is jealous of Arthur's mental link with the dragon, wondering if Sylvie would like her more if they could communicate. Arthur deadpans, telling her that Sylvie would probably like her a lot more if she stopped looking at the baby dragon like a predator. Tessia spots her grandfather at the end of the hall and calls out, urging him to come look at Arthur's new pet. Virion turns around, his stern eyes instantly locking onto the small black creature riding on Arthur's head. Sylvie stares back with her sharp slit eyes. In an instant, Virion's face pales. He points a shaking finger at Arthur, stammering in absolute terror as he realizes exactly what Sylvie is. He clutches his chest, dramatically groaning that he is going to die an early death if Arthur keeps giving him heart attacks. Once they sit down to discuss the situation, Virion explains the weight of what has happened. Powerful creatures like Sylvie typically only hatch in the presence of their own kin. They deduce that Arthur's full activation of the dragon's beast will the day before was the powerful catalyst needed to trigger her birth. Arthur asks if he will need to hide Sylvie once he returns to the human kingdom. Virion reassures him, explaining that most ordinary people will have no idea she is a legendary dragon. Arthur can easily pass her off as a rare and exotic mana beast. However, Virion grips Arthur's shoulder, his tone turning incredibly serious. He warns Arthur that they have far more urgent matters to worry about. During the long assimilation process, they purposely held back on strengthening Arthur's mana core. But now that his core has fully awakened, it is time to push his training to the absolute limit. Arthur must learn to train both his mana core and his newly acquired dragon's beast will simultaneously. When Arthur asks what he needs to do, Virion simply smirks and tosses a wooden practice sword into the air. He explains that the fastest way to master the first stage of a beast will and to strengthen a mana core is to engage in constant, brutal combat. Arthur smiles, agreeing that the method makes perfect sense. Virion's smirk widens as he adds one more detail. He explains that fighting against a fellow beast tamer, one who can actively use their beast will stages against him, will force Arthur to adapt even faster. Arthur's eyes widen in confusion. Suddenly, a massive, roaring vortex of dark energy erupts behind Virion. The sheer pressure of the wind howls through the area, forcing Arthur and Tessia to shield their faces. From the swirling shadows, a terrifying figure begins to take shape. The warm, grandfatherly elf disappears, replaced by a menacing, muscular silhouette with glowing yellow eyes and sharp, beastly features. Standing in his powerful, transformed beast will state, Virion looks down at his young student. With a deep, resonant voice, the master beast tamer challenges the boy, telling him it is time to fight. In the world of magic, there are unique mages known as beast tamers. These rare individuals are capable of harnessing the special abilities inherited directly from a mana beast. To master this power, a tamer must progress through two distinct stages. The first stage is the acquire phase, where the tamer simply borrows the beast's basic physical strengths, like enhanced speed or tougher defenses. But the real power is unlocked in the second stage, known as the integrate phase. Here, the mage can truly utilize the beast's unique characteristics and magical abilities, physically transforming to match the creature. For the elf elder Virion, reaching the second stage took decades of studying his beast will. Now he can fully command the deadly prowess of a shadow panther. As he activates this power, a dark, swirling shadow covers his body.
Virion looks at young Arthur and warns him to pay close attention because he is about to sneak up on him. Arthur is skeptical, wondering how anyone could sneak up on him after giving away their plan. But before Arthur can even blink, Virion vanishes with a soft gust of wind. Suddenly, a hand taps Arthur on the shoulder. Shocked by the incredible speed, Arthur quickly turns around to strike, but there is nothing there. Before he can react further, a massive, terrifying dark shadow looms directly behind him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Sweat dripping down his face, Arthur realizes he is completely outmatched. He raises his hands in defeat, admitting he cannot react to this kind of speed, and that the shadowy form is genuinely terrifying. As the dark aura fades, Virion returns to his normal elven appearance. He admits that using the integrate phase still drains a lot of his energy. Arthur is amazed, noting that he couldn't feel Virion's presence at all, even when the elder was standing right behind him. Virion explains that shadow panthers have an instinctual ability to manipulate wind and sound to erase their presence entirely. With the demonstration over, Virion pulls out a wrapped wooden practice sword. He smiles, telling Arthur he has teased him enough, and it is finally time to start their real training. Days quickly turn into months as Arthur completely immerses himself in training. Under Virion's strict guidance and through his own deep focus, Arthur successfully learns to access the first stage of his dragon will, which he inherited from Sylvia. Virion also teaches him a vital skill: how to completely conceal the presence of his powerful beast will so other mages can't detect it. Whenever he isn't busy strengthening his monocore or practicing with his dragon will, Arthur spars directly with Virion. Fortunately, the assimilation process with Sylvia's will has strengthened Arthur's young body, allowing him to keep up with the intense daily conditioning. During his rare moments of downtime, Arthur makes sure to enjoy his childhood, playing and laughing with the elven princess, Tessia, just as Sylvia had wished for him. But eventually, the day of Arthur's departure finally arrives. Having spent almost every single day together for years, breaking the news of his departure to Tessia is incredibly difficult. Tessia is devastated, hiding under a blanket and crying at the thought of him leaving.
At the carriage station, Arthur prepares to say goodbye to Tessia's family. Virion steps forward and hands Arthur a beautiful golden pocket watch. He explains that the watch is adorned with the crest of House Aerolith and will help guide Arthur safely through the magical forest. Then Virion winks and jokes that if Arthur ever gets lost, he can always just find another princess to lead him back. This teasing makes Tessia explode with anger. Red-faced, she screams at her grandfather and hilariously pulls on his white beard. Virion winces in pain, apologizing and insisting it was just a joke. Arthur turns to Tessia with a gentle smile. He tells her that with Virion teaching her, he expects her to be much stronger than him the next time they meet. Tessia wipes away her tears and nods determinedly. The two share a warm, heartfelt hug, promising to miss each other and stay safe. Arthur waves goodbye one last time and steps inside his carriage. To his surprise, Arthur is not alone in the carriage. Sitting across from him are several young elves, including a very familiar blonde noble. The boy immediately points an angry finger at Arthur, calling him a human brat and asking if he finally got kicked out of the kingdom. Arthur blinks in confusion and asks, "Who are you?" Furious at being forgotten, the boy yells that he is the noble Arthur defeated unfairly in a duel years ago, claiming that a true duel is a test of magic where the challenger always strikes first. Arthur stares blankly for a moment, trying to remember, before his face lights up with a cheerful realization. He smiles and asks, "Ivysaur, right?" The boy's face turns bright red with anger as he screams his actual name, Faerith Ivesar III, the proud heir to the noble Ivesar family. He insists that he was only defeated back then because he was an innocent child, and things would be different if they fought now. Instead of arguing, Arthur smiles warmly and reaches out to grab Faerith's hand, shaking it gently. He sincerely apologizes for bullying Faerith in the past and says it is wonderful to see him again. Faerith is completely caught off guard by Arthur's maturity, instantly turning red and stuttering in embarrassment. One of the other girls in the carriage giggles, whispering to Arthur that he can just call him Feifei, like everyone else does, causing Faerith to shout in protest. Arthur sits back and looks out the window as the carriage rises into the air, traveling toward his destination. After a long journey, the drivers call out, announcing their arrival. Arthur looks down through the clouds and gasps in awe. Floating majestically in the sky is a massive, breathtaking city of grand buildings and waterfalls. It is the floating city of Xyrus, the place where his mother and father are finally waiting for him. In the bustling, high-altitude city of Xyrus, the streets are alive with the sounds of active chatter, vendors selling their wares, and guards keeping watch. Nestled in a quiet corner of this majestic floating city sits the Helstia Manor, a massive and beautiful estate surrounded by clean stone courtyards. Walking up the grand steps to the manor's towering double doors is Arthur. He carries a heavy suitcase and wears a backpack, with the tiny black-scaled dragon Sylvie resting comfortably on top of his head. As Arthur reaches the doors, he hesitates. He raises his fist and knocks, but a wave of intense anxiety suddenly washes over him. In his short life, Arthur has faced terrifying trials. He has fallen off a massive cliff, nearly died multiple times, lost the incredibly important dragon Sylvia, killed dangerous enemies, and trained relentlessly for years. Yet, as he stands in front of this door, he realizes that none of those life or death experiences were as nerve-wracking as this single, quiet moment. He takes a deep breath and gulps down his anxiety. Suddenly, a muffled voice calls out from inside, promising that they are coming. The massive wooden door creaks open to reveal a kind, elderly maid in a traditional uniform. Surprised to see a young traveler, she politely asks if she can help him. Arthur bows deeply, introducing himself as Arthur Leywin. He explains that he was told his family was currently living in this manor. Hearing the name Leywin, the maid's eyes widen in absolute shock. At that moment, a cute toddler with brown hair tied into two small pigtails peeks out from behind the maid's long skirt, staring curiously at the stranger. Before Arthur can process this, a woman's frantic voice echoes from the stairs inside. It is Arthur's mother, Alice. She runs down the steps holding a bowl of soup, calling out for her daughter, Eleanor. Alice begins to scold her daughter for running to the door, but as her eyes land on the young boy standing at the entrance, she freezes. Her face pales and her eyes fill with tears. The bowl slips from her trembling fingers, crashing to the floor and spilling soup everywhere. Arthur's own eyes well up with tears as he looks at the little girl, realizing she's his baby sister, Eleanor. He wipes his eyes and looks at his mother. With a gentle, shaking voice, he says, "Hi, Mom.
I'm home." Alice doesn't hesitate. She rushes forward, throwing her arms around Arthur in a tight, desperate embrace. She cries uncontrollably, sobbing that she knew it was his voice and that her baby is finally back home. Little Eleanor, confused and frightened by her mother's sudden tears, tugs on Alice's dress, crying and begging her mother not to cry. Suddenly, heavy, booming footsteps echo through the manor. Reynolds, Arthur's father, bursts through the hallway, tears streaming down his face. Shouting Arthur's name, he dives into the group, pulling his wife and son into a massive, crushing hug. Even little Eleanor is pulled into the warm embrace. Standing nearby, the elderly maid wipes away her own tears, deeply moved by the beautiful family reunion. Once the initial tears subside, the family gathers in the manor's luxurious living room. Alice sits close to Arthur on the sofa, fussing over him and asking a million questions at once. She asks if his illness is fully cured and worries that he looks far too thin, wondering if he was eating enough. Arthur simply chuckles and reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Reynolds smiles, telling his wife to slow down and pointing out that their son has actually grown incredibly big and strong. On a separate armchair, little Eleanor sits quietly, holding a bottle of milk, while Sylvie playfully rests beside her. Alice looks over and gently calls Eleanor to come say hello to her big brother. Eleanor tilts her head, repeating the words "big brother" in a cute toddler accent. Alice explains that this is the very same brother she and Reynolds have told her about in bedtime stories. Eleanor slowly slides off the chair and walks over, shyly holding on to the edge of the couch. She looks up at Arthur with blushing cheeks and quietly says, "Hello, big brother." Arthur kneels down to her eye level. He gently takes her tiny hand, smiles warmly, and tells her it is wonderful to finally meet his little sister. Seeing them bond, Reynolds and Alice lean against each other, their hearts full of joy. Later, as they settle in, Arthur begins to explain what happened to him over the last few years. To protect his family from the dangerous truths of the world, Arthur decides to keep Sylvia a secret. He lies, telling them his survival from the fall was just a mixture of pure luck and his body unconsciously using magic to protect him. He explains how he eventually found Tessia and spent his years recovering in the kingdom of Eleanor. Reynolds points to the little black dragon resting on Arthur's head, asking about his companion. Sylvie lets out a cute chirp. Arthur smoothly lies again, explaining that during his travels, he stumbled upon a dying mana beast who left her newborn behind, and he has been caring for the creature ever since. Alice asks with concern if Arthur is truly healed, and if there is any chance his past illness might return. Arthur reassures her that his past pain was simply due to his mana core being unstable from awakening at such a young age. Internally, Arthur feels guilty for keeping secrets, but he knows that until he becomes much stronger, the truth is far too dangerous for his family to know. Suddenly, Reynolds clenches his fist in pure excitement, asking Arthur what stage his mana core is currently at. Alice immediately snaps at her husband, scolding him for asking about magic training the moment his son gets home. Reynolds defends himself, arguing there is nothing wrong with comparing their growth. He proudly explains that since arriving in the city, he has been working as the head instructor for the Hellstaya Auction House guards. Arthur teases his father, pointing out that his muscles aren't the only things that grew, and asks what stage Reynolds has reached. Reynolds boasts happily, rubbing his chin and laughing as he reveals he broke through to the dark orange stage 2 years ago. Arthur is genuinely impressed, noting how much bulkier his father has become and praising his hard work. But the moment of respect quickly fades as Reynolds begins to strike ridiculous bodybuilder poses, complete with sparkling imaginary lights around him. Arthur's sweat drops, playfully doubting how hard his father actually worked. Still posing, Reynolds confidently asks Arthur where he stands.
Arthur casually smiles and replies that his core is at the light red stage. Reynolds' jaw drops. His eyes bulge in absolute disbelief as he screams in shock. Hearing her father shout, little Eleanor raises her arms in pure joy, loudly mimicking the swear word. A terrifyingly dark shadow falls over Alice's face. Smiling sweetly, but with a menacing aura, she turns to her husband and softly asks what she had warned him about cursing in front of their daughter. Terrified of his wife's anger, Reynolds cowers, frantically begging Eleanor not to repeat the word. Desperate to escape Alice's wrath, Reynolds quickly changes the subject, shouting in disbelief about Arthur's red core. He demands to know how it is possible and immediately grabs Arthur, yelling that they are going to the backyard to spar right now. He runs out, with little Eleanor happily chasing after him, still shouting the forbidden swear word. Watching them run off, Alice facepalms in exhaustion, while Arthur bursts into a joyful laugh. Looking at his chaotic, loving family, Arthur smiles warmly, thinking to himself that it is truly good to be back. A hurried clacking of shoes echoes down the long hallway of the Helstia Manor. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sliding doors are thrown wide open. A man with brown hair and glasses slides into the room, frantically shouting to see if it is true that Renede's son is actually alive. This is Vincent Helstia, the wealthy owner of the prestigious Helstia auction house and the host of the estate. Right behind Vincent are his wife, Tabitha, and their young daughter, Lilia. All three of them freeze at the entryway, staring in absolute bewilderment at the emotional scene unfolding before them. Arthur looks at the newcomers, realizing these are the generous people who have been taking care of his family during his long absence. Reynolds, wiping tears from his eyes, excitedly introduces his son to his old friend, Vincent. He tells Arthur to introduce himself politely to their hosts before they go out and accidentally wreck the place. Arthur steps forward with perfect manners, bowing deeply to Mr. and Mrs. Helstia. He warmly introduces himself and immediately apologizes for the confusion, explaining that he was the one who had asked his family to keep his survival a secret. Seeing how mature and polite the young boy is, Tabitha giggles and jokingly asks Alice if Arthur is actually related to his father. Vincent playfully smacks his friend in the chest, while Reynolds can only protest at the tease. Arthur smiles, admitting he gets asked that quite a lot. Tabitha welcomes Arthur warmly into their home and introduces Lilia, hoping the two children can become good friends. Arthur offers a friendly wave. Right on his shoulder, little Sylvie lets out a cheerful chirp. The sight of the adorable black creature instantly strikes Lilia right in the heart. Blushing furiously and completely smitten, Lilia eagerly steps closer, shyly asking if she can pet the little creature. As the girls get acquainted, Vincent turns back to Reynolds, asking what he meant by wrecking the house. Reynolds proudly beams, remembering that he and Arthur were just about to head to the backyard for a friendly sparring match. Vincent completely stunned. Outside, the backyard of the Helstia Manor features a massive, sprawling green lawn. Alice and Tabitha sit comfortably on the stone steps to watch, while little Eleanor and Lilia run around giggling, chasing a playful Sylvie across the grass. In the center of the field, Reynolds stretches his arms, warming up his muscles. He looks at his son with a confident smirk, warning Arthur that his father is a much stronger fighter than he used to be. Arthur clenches his fist, returning the smirk, and quietly replies that he isn't the same either. Without another word, Arthur dashes forward, moving with such blinding speed that he leaves a trail in the grass. Reynolds reacts instantly, raising his arms into a defensive guard. Arthur leaps into the air, launching a rapid kick that Reynolds manages to block. Following up instantly, Arthur throws a punch, which connects with a heavy thud. Thinking he has the upper hand, Reynolds smiles and tells his son that he will have to try harder. But mid-sentence, Arthur executes a brilliant, lightning-fast mid-air spin, landing a powerful kick that forces Reynolds back. Recovering his footing, Reynolds lunges forward with a powerful counterattack. Arthur dodges, grabbing his father's arm and whipping his body around to lock onto his waist for a throw. But Reynolds' experience shines through. He breaks the grip, sweeping through the air and flips backwards to land perfectly on his hands and feet. Panting slightly, Arthur asks his father what he thinks of his skills so far. Reynolds rubs the back of his neck, admitting that the young boy genuinely caught him off guard. However, he cracks his knuckles and warns Arthur that it is time for his old man to get serious. Reynolds braces himself, preparing to show off a special technique he unlocked after breaking through to the dark orange core stage. Suddenly, with a powerful rush of energy, bright, flickering orange flames erupt and wrap around his arms and shoulders. In this world, mages are born with specific elemental affinities, such as water, wind, earth, or fire. Conjurers can easily manifest and control these elements from the very start. But for augmenters, combat mages who channel mana to physically enhance their bodies, manifesting physical elements is much more difficult. They must cross a massive threshold of power before their elemental affinity can physically show. Because Reynolds trained on his own without any formal tutoring, it took him reaching the advanced orange core stage before he could finally convert his raw, explosive mana into physical burning fire. Arthur reflects on his past life. In his old world, elements weren't decided at birth. Instead, they were a path of magic that anyone could choose to master through sheer hard work and dedication. Here, Arthur holds a massive advantage. Having trained under a legendary dragon and studied the deepest secrets of mana, his years of hard work have culminated in a power far beyond his years. Looking at his father's flaming aura, Arthur smiles confidently and advises everyone watching not to be too surprised. Suddenly, a loud crackle echoes through the yard. Bright golden arcs of lightning begin to spark around Arthur's legs. The electrical current surges upward, fully enveloping his entire body in a wild, crackling aura of pure lightning. Standing amidst the flashing currents with a brilliant smirk, Arthur prepares to show his family the true extent of his growth. Vincent Helstia stands completely frozen, his eyes wide behind his glasses as he tries to find his voice. He stutters in sheer disbelief, struggling to utter a single word. Finally, he mutters the term deviant. In this world, a deviant is a rare and exceptionally gifted mage who can manipulate a higher, specialized form of a basic element. Lightning is the deviant form of fire, and seeing a child as young as Arthur manifest crackling yellow electricity around his body is nothing short of a miracle. Reynolds looks at his son, his initial shock quickly turning into a massive, excited grin. He repeats the word deviant with a proud smile. The friendly sparring match instantly escalates into a breathtaking display of raw elemental power. With a loud crackle of lightning, Arthur launches forward like a golden streak. Reynolds reacts instantly, channeling orange flames around his body as he prepares to dodge and defend. Arthur moves with blinding speed, stomping the ground and pushing off with explosive force. He leaps into the air, gracefully dodging a fiery fist from his father. The two clash in the center of the yard, the bright yellow electricity of Arthur's lightning crashing violently against the roaring orange flames of Reynolds' fire. A series of loud, deafening booms echo across the estate. Each strike from their fists and kicks sends shockwaves of red, orange, and gold rippling through the air. Vincent and his daughter Lelia watch from a safe distance, shielding their eyes as a colossal explosion of energy suddenly erupts. A massive beam of blinding white and blue light shoots straight up into the sky with a roaring sound. The sheer force of the blast pushes Reynolds back, sliding him across the grass as his flames flicker and the fabric of his sleeve is scorched away. As the smoke begins to clear, a single leaf falls gently to the ground.
Through the dust, the hum of electricity returns. Arthur steps forward, his feet sparking with tiny yellow bolts. He leaps through the air once more, launching a swift attack. Reynolds raises his flaming forearms to block the strike, but the sheer speed of his son is overwhelming. Arthur coordinates his movements effortlessly. In mid-air, he spins, channeling the crackling lightning into his hands. Reynolds throws a heavy, flaming punch, but Arthur skillfully ducks beneath the attack, sliding low between his father's legs. Reynolds spins around rapidly, throwing a barrage of punches to catch his slippery opponent. Arthur maneuvers around the strikes, his mind racing as he analyzes his father's combat style. He notices that Reynolds' punches are getting sharper and that he's using his longer physical reach to keep Arthur from getting close. Knowing he has to close the distance, Arthur ducks under a sweeping, fiery fist. In a flash, he slips behind his father, leaping onto his back and locking him in a tight chokehold. Arthur holds his crackling, lightning-infused hand right at Reynolds' throat, signaling an end to the match. Slowly, the bright orange flames around Reynolds' body begin to fade and dissipate. On the sidelines, Alice, Tabitha, and Lilia let out a collective breath they did not realize they were holding. Little Sylvie simply yawns, rubbing her eyes on top of Alice's head. Vincent, completely drenched in a cold sweat, stands trembling as he stares at the sheer destruction on his pristine lawn. For a second, there is absolute silence. Then Reynolds breaks out into a massive, booming laugh. He turns around, wrapping Arthur in a warm, loving headlock, and aggressively rubs his son's hair. Reynolds beams with pride, shouting how incredible his son's trick is. Reynolds eagerly fires question after question, wanting to know when and how Arthur learned to use lightning and what other secrets he is hiding. Arthur laughs, explaining that he only unlocked it a short while ago and can still barely control it. In the background, Alice calls out warningly to little Eleanor, who is running excitedly toward them. Eleanor happily rushes into her father's arms, asking if he is okay, completely ignoring the small, harmless patches of grass still burning around them. Vincent rubs his temple in sheer exhaustion, muttering that he desperately needs a drink. Tabitha stands behind her daughter, whispering in absolute awe about how truly extraordinary Arthur is. As servant mages rush out with buckets of water to put out the small grass fires, the family gathers closely. Looking at his parents' happy, proud faces, Arthur can't help but smile warmly. In truth, he knows he still has a very long way to go. In his mind, he remembers his harsh training days in the Elven Kingdom under Grandpa Virion, who would relentlessly thrash him with wooden sticks during their spars. Lightning had been his most successful deviant element by far, while his attempts to control ice remained unstable, and he had not even begun to unlock gravity or sound. But as Arthur looks at his family, he realizes that despite all his struggles, it feels incredibly good to brag to his parents. At the dinner table, Vincent slams his wooden mug down with a loud crash, startling everyone. Pointing a finger across the table, his face flushed from the alcohol, he asks Reynolds if he truly understands the incredible future that lies ahead for his son. Reynolds looks down at Arthur, a massive, proud smile spreading across his face. He affectionately ruffles Arthur's hair, boasting that he has known how special his son was ever since the boy awakened his magical powers at just 3 years old. Tabitha's eyes go wide with shock as she gasps, unable to believe a child could awaken so incredibly early. Sitting nearby with baby Eleanor, Alice smiles gently and adds that Arthur managed to blow up most of their house in the process. Reynolds lets out a hearty laugh, calling it the good old times, while Eleanor playfully pulls at his face. Still deeply excited, Vincent slams his hands on the table once more. He eagerly suggests that they should enroll Arthur in Xyrus Academy.
Arthur continues eating calmly, but Reynolds is taken aback by the suggestion. He points out that Arthur is only 8 years old, and Xyrus Academy is well known as the most prestigious magic institution on the entire continent. Tabitha chimed in, agreeing with her husband. She warmly offers to sponsor Arthur's education completely, telling Reynolds and Alice that they would not have to worry about a single copper of the tuition costs. Alice looks down, deeply touched but clearly hesitant. She explains that the Helsty family has already done far too much for them, and they couldn't possibly accept such a massive favor. Besides, she doubts the Academy would even consider admitting an 8-year-old child.
Vincent chuckles confidently. He boasts that he does a great deal of business with the famous director of Xyrus Academy herself and offers to speak with her personally to arrange it. A quiet clink echoes through the room as Arthur sets his fork down on his plate. He politely speaks up, asking if he might say something since this choice will directly affect his own future. Arthur looks directly at the adults with a serious, calm expression. With complete respect, he explains that he is only just reunited with his family today. He asks if he could simply spend some quality time with them before having to decide to leave them all over again for an academy. Vincent's excited expression softens. Feeling a bit sheepish, he admits that he got ahead of himself and apologizes. Arthur bows his head politely, claiming that he is feeling more tired from the sparring match than he realized, and asks to be excused for the night. As Arthur walks out of the dining room, Lilia watches him leave with a quiet, thoughtful expression. Arthur walks down the long, quiet hallways of the mansion, passing by paintings of cats hanging on the walls. He looks around, slightly lost, when Lilia suddenly pops up from around a corner. She points out that if he keeps walking in that direction, he will end up down in the cellars. With a friendly smile, she tells him to follow her to a much better place. Lilia leads Arthur down to the cozy, stone-walled kitchen and servants' quarters. She waves happily to the staff, introducing Arthur as their guest. One of the elderly groundskeepers looks up and teases Arthur, asking if he's the young man who just scorched the lawn he had worked so hard to maintain. Arthur smiles sheepishly and offers his sincere apologies, but the other servants laugh, telling him not to worry because she's only teasing. Arthur is surprised to see how lively and expressive Lilia is here, compared to how quiet she usually behaves around her parents. Lilia eagerly asks the cook if there is any fatty duck meat left over. The head maid, Maria, serves her a plate, but playfully warns her to be careful, mentioning that her mother has grown suspicious of her recent weight gain. Lilia gasps in comically outraged embarrassment, insisting that she is simply a healthy, growing girl. As Lilia happily digs into her food, Maria leans in and whispers to Arthur that Lilia often sneaks down to the kitchens whenever she is feeling stressed. Arthur wonders what could possibly be stressing her so much. The head butler quietly explains that Vincent and Tabitha's greatest wish is for Lilia to awaken as a mage, even though neither of them possess magic themselves. While Lilia genuinely wants to become a mage too, carrying the weight of her parents' massive expectations is a heavy burden for such a young girl. Arthur looks over at Lilia, who is still happily stuffing her face, and feels a wave of sympathy for her. He smiles softly to himself, noting that despite the pressure, the Helstia family are genuinely kind people who mean well. Later that night, a peaceful silence falls over the grand estate. The dining room is cleaned, the lights are dimmed, and little Eleanor sleeps soundly in her crib, clutching her favorite toy. In Arthur's bedroom, Reynolds and Alice sit beside him on the edge of his bed. Reynolds places a hand on his son's head, telling him gently that no matter how much he has grown or changed, he will always be their son. He adds that finding out Arthur is a powerful deviant mage was incredible, but it was still only the second best news of the day. The absolute best news was simply having him back home. Alice smiles warmly, teasing Arthur that he might now be far too grown up to receive a goodnight kiss from his mother.
Arthur blushes slightly, lets out a soft sigh, and leans forward to give her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Arthur looks at them both and wishes them a good night, telling them how much he missed them. Before they leave, Alice reminds him that they are going shopping tomorrow with his sister. She mentions that Arthur needs new clothes and that it will be a wonderful opportunity for the siblings to bond. Arthur smiles and gives her a reassuring thumbs up. As they head toward the door, Reynolds turns back to Arthur. He gently asks his son not to hold Vincent's intense excitement against him, explaining that the man truly has a good heart. Arthur smiles warmly, telling his father not to worry. He reassures him that he can easily tell the Helstia family are wonderful, well-meaning people. Reynolds and Alice smile back, wishing him a peaceful night as they gently close the bedroom door, leaving Arthur to finally get some well-deserved rest. The bright morning sun rises over the beautiful grand estate of the Helstia family, casting a warm golden glow across the white stone walls. Inside his bedroom, Arthur is still fast asleep, buried under his blankets. Suddenly, a tiny black snout begins eagerly licking his cheek. Arthur wakes up with a soft chuckle, lifting Sylvie into his hands as the baby dragon lets out a happy squeak. Holding her up, Arthur smiles warmly, asking if she is excited for the day ahead. For a brief moment, Arthur's smile fades into a thoughtful expression as he gazes at Sylvie, wondering how his friend Tessia is doing far away in the Elven Kingdom. But his thoughts are abruptly cut short by a terrible smell. Arthur's face turns pale as green, stinky fumes begin rising from Sylvie. Holding the smelly little dragon at arm's length, Arthur sighs, realizing he isn't the only one who needs a good washing today. In the bathroom, Arthur holds a shivering, reluctant Sylvie over a large wooden tub filled with warm water. With a sudden splash and a loud squeak, the bath begins. Moments later, Arthur is dressed in a simple blue robe, drying his hair in front of a mirror. On the counter below, Sylvie sits wrapped in a pink towel, looking like a thoroughly grumpy, clean black blob. Arthur chuckles, teasing her that the bath wasn't actually that bad. A loud knock suddenly echoes from the bedroom door. When Arthur opens it, he finds his little sister Ellie standing there. Her hair is tied in cute pigtails, and she is wearing a bright pink dress. Fidgeting shyly, she murmurs a sweet morning greeting, explaining that their mother sent her to wake him up. Arthur's heart melts. He kneels down, extending a hand, and asks if she can lead the way. Ellie's face lights up with excitement as she raises her hand, cheering that they are going to eat breakfast and then head out for shopping. Hand in hand, the siblings run down the long, carpeted hallways of the mansion, with Sylvie happily chasing after them. Soon, the family arrives in the bustling heart of Xyrus City. The streets are filled with the lively chatter of citizens, colorful market stalls, and carriage rides. Walking alongside Lilia, Alice, Tabitha, and Ellie, Arthur looks around in wonder, taking in the sights of the magnificent city. As they pass by a shop window, Arthur stops, his attention captured by a display filled with mounted beast heads and glowing crystals. Peering inside, he asks what kind of shop it is. Lilia explains that the small glowing orbs are called beast cores, which are extracted from mana beasts to help power up a mage's core. However, she warns him that they are a massive gamble. A single core can cost hundreds or even thousands of gold pieces. Arthur's jaw drops at the massive price tag. Knowing he already possesses a powerful beast will without spending a single copper, he sweat drops and quietly decides he is perfectly fine with what he has. Tabitha smiles warmly, letting Arthur know that their Helstia auction house handles plenty of beast cores and infant mana beasts, and offers to let him inspect them whenever he likes. Arthur thanks her politely, but before he can say more, Lilia grabs his hand. With an excited grin, she drags him down the street, eager to show him a specific place.
They arrive at a high-end hair salon, where Arthur suddenly finds himself sitting in a chair, staring in horror at a mirror. Standing over him is a flamboyant, highly muscular hairdresser with long red hair, dramatically snipping a pair of scissors. Arthur nervously asks if this is truly necessary. Sitting on a nearby couch, Alice smiles and teasingly tells him that his current hair is atrocious. The dramatic hairdresser strikes a fabulous pose, surrounded by imaginary flowers, promising Alice that he will make her son shine like a precious gem. Arthur can only scream internally as the styling begins. When they finally step back onto the street, Arthur is wearing his brand new outfit, a crisp white-collared shirt, suspenders, and beige shorts. Blushing deeply and rubbing the back of his neck, he complains that he feels completely ridiculous. But his family disagrees. Ellie yawns, teasingly approving of his new look, while Alice giggles, saying he finally looks like a civilized young man. Lilia smiles as she walks beside them, letting Sylvie rest happily on top of her head. As they walk, Arthur and Lilia pause by a stone railing overlooking the lower streets. Arthur's eyes are drawn to a group of teenagers walking proudly through the market, dressed in matching white and brown uniforms. Lilia explains that they are students from Xyrus Academy, adding that wearing that uniform is a massive status symbol in the city. Arthur mutters that they look like jerks, and Lilia chuckles, admitting that many of them behave as if they are royalty. Tabitha and Alice catch up to them, carrying shopping bags. Alice looks at her son, remarking how comforting it is to see him acting like a normal, excited kid, especially after the incredibly intense and serious display of power he showed during his duel the night before. Suddenly, the metallic ring of a shop bell catches Arthur's attention. Peering down the street, he spots a weapon shop. Instantly forgetting his mature demeanor, Arthur bolts down the street like an excited puppy, leaving Lilia utterly dumbfounded. Inside the armory, Arthur is in absolute paradise. He zips from shelf to shelf, eagerly inspecting daggers, massive swords, and armor sets. However, his excitement is interrupted by a snobbish, gray-haired customer wearing a blue cape. Looking down his nose at Arthur, the man coldly tells him that this is no place for children and commands him to leave. He sneers, pointing at a set of golden daggers on the wall, claiming they aren't toys like the ones Arthur has at home, and tells him to go find a candy store instead. As the arrogant man patronizingly waves his hand to shoo him away, Arthur swiftly slaps the man's hand aside with a sharp smack. Keeping his composure, Arthur calmly apologizes for getting in the way, turns around, and walks toward the exit. Furious at being humiliated by a child, the man grabs Arthur's shoulder, demanding to know what noble house raised such a rude brat. But before he can do anything else, a cold, booming voice echoes from the doorway, commanding him to get his hands off her son. The man turns around, startled. Alice and Tabitha stand at the entrance, radiating an incredibly terrifying, angry aura. When the man tries to salvage his pride by bragging about his noble name, Tabitha cuts him off. She coldly identifies him as Agastus, a member of a minor branch family of House Ravenpour. With a sharp look, Tabitha asks if he would like her to permanently ban his entire family from participating in the Helstia auction house. Agastus's face turns pale with horror as he realizes who he has offended. Instantly losing all of his arrogance, he drops to his knees on the rug, frantically bowing and begging for forgiveness, stammering that he had no idea the child was with the Helstia family. A short while later, the family is walking back through the streets. Arthur looks up at his mother and Tabitha, thanking them for stepping in. Lilia giggles, admitting that she was actually far more worried about what Arthur would have done to the arrogant man if they hadn't intervened. As they walk away, a mysterious hooded figure dressed in black watches them intensely from the shadows. Sensing the hostile gaze, Sylvie stops and lets out a warning growl, but the figure soon vanishes. High above the clouds, the breathtaking floating island of Xyrus City hovers majestically in the sky. Back at the Helsty estate, a carriage sits parked outside the grand entrance. Inside the parlor, Vincent spots them returning and excitedly calls Arthur over. He tells him that there is someone very important he wants him to meet. Sitting on the couch, Reynolds and Vincent are joined by an elderly woman wearing a large, pointed witch hat and purple robes. The woman smiles gently at Arthur, noting that Vincent has told her a great deal about him. Looking at the young boy, she introduces herself as Cynthia Goodsky, the founder and director of Xyrus Academy.
Xyrus Academy is known as the ultimate sanctuary for mages on the continent. Only the wealthiest and most talented students are ever privileged enough to pass through its gates. It is a legendary breeding ground for famous scholars, royal guards, and military geniuses. In fact, almost every single person who has ever made a major impact on the world has some connection to this elite school. Standing at the very top of this powerful giant is its founder and leader, Director Cynthia Goodsky.
Back in the parlor, Arthur and Director Goodsky lock eyes, silently studying each other. Breaking the quiet standoff, Cynthia extends her pale hand, welcoming him warmly. Arthur stands frozen as his mind begins to race. He tries to figure out what high society manners demand in a situation like this. Should he shake her hand, or is he supposed to kiss it? But before he can make a decision, his mother, Alice, suddenly grabs his head and forces him down into a deep, sudden bow. Alice frantically apologizes, explaining that her son has just returned from being lost for years and is completely ignorant of formal customs. Bent over, Arthur can only sigh to himself, hoping this meeting ends quickly because his stomach is screaming for food.
Cynthia waves off the apology with a gentle smile, admitting that she is actually the one who is being rude by barging in at such a late hour. She explains that she normally never makes home visits, but Vincent had insisted that a spectacular prodigy of the highest caliber was living under his roof. Eager to see if Vincent was telling the truth, she asks Arthur if he would mind leading them to an open space for a quick magic demonstration. Arthur tries to ask if he can at least eat dinner first, but Alice quickly pinches his shoulder, silencing him. Tabitha eagerly leads the way, suggesting they use the mansion's paved courtyard.
As they walk through the grand hallways, Cynthia's eyes drift down to the strange black creature trotting happily beside Ellie. Intrigued, she asks if the lovely mana beast belongs to Arthur's father. Arthur politely corrects her, explaining that Sylvie is actually his own bonded partner who hatched just a few months ago. Cynthia admits she has never seen a beast quite like Sylvie before. To protect Sylvie's true identity as a legendary dragon, Arthur tells a clever lie, claiming her mother was simply a winged, scaled wolf that he stumbled upon in the wild. Cynthia touches her chin thoughtfully, clearly sensing there is much more to this creature than Arthur is letting on.
Soon, they step out into the spacious, stone-paved courtyard lit by tall, glowing lampposts. Cynthia watches Arthur walk calmly to the center of the yard. She wonders if his quiet, collected demeanor is a sign of immense confidence or just childish arrogance. But in truth, Arthur is completely relaxed, simply daydreaming about having a delicious grilled fish for dinner. Standing with the rest of the family, Vincent proudly adjusts his glasses. He secretly giggles to himself, expecting Arthur to show off his rare fire and lightning magic. Vincent thinks he is an absolute genius for bringing them to a paved courtyard that won't catch fire like the last duel. Cynthia asks Arthur if he wants to arm himself with a weapon. Arthur looks at her waistband and replies that since she has no intention of using the wand hidden at her waist, he will fight barehanded too. Cynthia is momentarily startled. She did not expect a young child to have such incredibly sharp perception. With an intrigued, smiling expression, she agrees to the terms and prepares to watch. Arthur takes a deep breath. During his years of training in the Elf Kingdom, he learned that the elemental forces of this world perfectly matched the martial art styles of his past life. Fire and water had been the first elements to manifest, but he had also perfected earth and wind techniques.
Opening his eyes, which glow with a sharp, brilliant blue light, Arthur suddenly stomps his foot against the stone ground.
A golden mana aura flares up around his body as cracks instantly spiderweb across the courtyard. Drawing in the surrounding ambient mana, Arthur guides the energy through his body, controlling the mixture. With a second massive stomp, the earth completely shatters. Gigantic boulders rise from the ground, hovering in the air around him. The entire family watches in utter, jaw-dropping shock. Vincent's mouth hangs open, and even Arthur's parents look completely stunned. Only little Ellie cheers happily, raising her fist in the air. Wanting to see how the legendary director will react to his next move, Arthur leaps gracefully into the air. He spins and unleashes a powerful roundhouse kick, smashing the hovering boulders and launching them forward in a massive, thunderous shockwave. With a thunderous boom, Arthur kicks the massive stone boulder, launching it through the air directly toward Cynthia Goodsky. The giant rock flies at high speed, but the elderly director remains completely calm, a gentle smile appearing on her face. As the boulder gets close, Cynthia stands perfectly still. Instantly, a violent gust of green wind erupts around her. The powerful wind slams into the giant boulder, instantly shattering it into countless pieces that begin swirling harmlessly in the air. Using the distraction, Arthur dashes forward at high speed, maneuvering through the falling stone debris. He leaps and dodges the flying rocks, channeling green wind magic into his hand to prepare a strike. Closing the distance, Arthur lunges forward and unleashes a wind-infused punch toward the director. A massive explosion of earth and wind rings out as Arthur's strike lands, but Cynthia easily blocks the attack. Arthur is forced to jump backward, using his wind magic in midair to orient himself. He taps his foot against a floating stone piece to stabilize his stance, realizing that combining earth and wind is much more difficult than fire and water. Dashing down from the sky, Arthur prepares his next move, but Cynthia is already ahead of him. Standing unharmed in her purple robes, she gathers wind magic in her hands and unleashes a massive swirling tornado directly at him. Arthur reacts instantly, conjuring his own wind magic in the opposite rotation to deflect the incoming storm. Though his counterspell helps him survive, the sheer force of the wind tears his clothes to shreds. Arthur lands heavily on one knee, panting for breath. Cynthia smiles warmly, calling his performance impressive. However, she points out his overconfidence in trying to face his opponents head-on. Declaring his combat prowess as exceptional, Cynthia tells him it is time for one final test. She raises her hand as a glowing purple light gathers, warning him to try and stay conscious. Suddenly, a strange, high-pitched wave of energy spreads across the courtyard. Arthur instantly covers his ears in agonizing pain, realizing she is using sound magic. He gasps in shock, realizing she's a deviant, a rare mage who can use a specialized branch of magic. Cynthia smiles gently as the spell ends, declaring that Arthur passes with flying colors. She admits that she is highly tempted to teach him herself. Reynolds steps forward, sweating and utterly shocked. He asks Arthur how he learned to use earth and wind magic as well. Cynthia looks at Reynolds, deeply confused, and asks what he means by "as well." Reynolds stammers, explaining that Arthur used fire and lightning magic just yesterday. He points out that the only reason they came to the paved courtyard today was because Arthur had accidentally burned down their lawn. Cynthia's jaw drops. Her eyes widen in complete disbelief. She realizes that this young boy is capable of controlling at least 3 elements, and one of them is at a highly advanced deviant level. Arthur slowly sits up on the stone floor, catching his breath. He looks up at her and calmly corrects them, stating that he actually has an elemental affinity for all 4 elements. To prove it, he holds out his hand, conjuring sparks of fire, water, wind, and earth all at once.
Cynthia is completely flabbergasted. Trembling slightly, she covers her face to process the shocking news, while Reynolds nervously asks if she is all right. Nearby, little Ellie holds Sylvie and looks up at her mother, Alice, asking if her brother is strong. Alice stands completely frozen, unable to speak. Cynthia answers for her, telling the little girl that her brother is indeed very strong and will likely be the strongest in the future. After the excitement settles and everyone heads back inside, Arthur sincerely apologizes to his family for keeping his abilities a secret. Alice tearfully hugs Ellie, pleading with Arthur to have no more secrets between them. Arthur's chest tightens at her words. He deeply wishes he could promise her that, but he knows he must still hide the massive secret of his past life. Back in the courtyard, Cynthia walks up to Arthur and places a hand on his shoulder. With a soft wave of her hand, she casts a swirling, colorful barrier of sound magic around the two of them. Outside the bubble, Alice and Reynolds look on in confusion, unable to hear a single word. Cynthia explains that they cannot be heard while the spell is active, inviting Arthur to speak his mind. Arthur admits that he showed her his true abilities because she has two things he desperately needs: power and influence. He proposes a deal, asking Cynthia to keep his family safe until he's strong enough to do so himself. In return, he promises to attend her prestigious academy and consider her his benefactor. Cynthia lets out a sharp laugh, pointing out that not even the king and queen of Sapin would dare make such a one-sided deal with her. She asks why she should bend to establish a relationship with a mere child.
Arthur smiles confidently, replying that compared to the king and queen, he is far more aware of this child's true potential, and he knows she recognizes it too. He adds that his end of the deal will have to wait until he actually attends her academy. Cynthia looks at him with intrigue, asking about his timeline. Arthur closes his eyes, thinking of the legendary white dragon, Sylvia, and the promise he made to live his life to the fullest. He tells Cynthia that attending the academy at a more normal, older age would help him achieve that. Cynthia gasps, realizing that would mean waiting over 3 years. She asks what he possibly plans on doing until then. Arthur looks down, remembering the powerful adventurers he met in his travels. Though he hasn't told his family yet, Arthur turns back to his confused parents and firmly announces his decision. He has decided to become an adventurer. Alice's voice rings out in an explosive, absolute denial that shakes the room. She flatly refuses to even consider the idea. Outside in the hallway, Tabitha, Vincent, and Cynthia Goodsky pause near the doorway, hearing the intense shouting from inside and realizing the family discussion has officially begun. Back in the room, Alice is furious and terrified. She reminds Arthur that they had all believed he was dead for over 3 years, and now he is talking about going out into the world to get himself killed. She declares that he will only become an adventurer over her dead body. Little Ellie clings tightly to her mother's skirt, tears in her eyes as she begs her mother not to be angry. Reynolds steps forward and gently places a hand on Alice's shoulder. He tries to calm her down, explaining that while he does not necessarily agree with Arthur's choice, they should at least hear their son out. But Alice turns on him, tears stream down her face as she asks how he can say that after everything their family went through just to get back together. Reynolds holds her close as she weeps, understanding the deep trauma and fear she still carries. Arthur walks over and gently takes his mother's hands in his. He softly reassures her that he has no plans to leave anytime soon. In fact, he's looking forward to spending several peaceful months at home with his family. He explains that after being away in the Elf Kingdom for 3 years, he deeply misses Sapin and the rest of Decathan. Looking up at them with a bright, hopeful smile, Arthur admits that he simply wants to experience the same excitement and wonder his parents felt when they were young adventurers.
Reynolds looks down at his son with a warm, nostalgic expression. He admits that he completely understands where Arthur is coming from, recalling how he also couldn't wait to start his own adventuring life after awakening his mana core as a teenager. However, his expression quickly turns serious. Reynolds warns Arthur that his mother is right to worry, as the life of an adventurer is incredibly dangerous and unpredictable, no matter how strong or prepared you think you are. Hearing this, a light bulb suddenly goes off in Arthur's head. He suggests a compromise, asking what if he were to travel with some kind of guard or supervisor to watch over him. Reynolds' eyes light up, calling it a great idea. But before he can even finish his sentence, Alice snaps. Shocked that her husband is actually considering the idea, she grabs Reynolds by the collar and violently shakes him in a comical fit of rage, screaming that she will not let him send their son away for another 3 years. Moments later, the room quietens down. Reynolds is slumped on the couch, completely dazed, with a swollen face and smoke comically rising from his mouth. Sitting next to him, Arthur quickly clarifies that he is not planning on leaving for 3 years straight. He promises that he will return home every few months, or perhaps even more frequently between his adventuring missions. Alice folds her hands and looks at him with a sweet but terrifyingly dark smile, asking if that is really true. Sweating profusely, Arthur and Sylvie nod their heads in rapid agreement. Ellie, who is lying on Arthur's lap, looks up with teary eyes and asks if her brother is leaving already. Terrified of making his sister cry, Arthur flails his arms in a panic, reassuring her that he's staying right there and that she will be seeing plenty of him. Alice sighs, crossing her arms. She tells Arthur that she is not giving her consent just yet, but she asks why he wants to be an adventurer right now. She points out that it would make far more sense for him to attend a proper magic school before setting out into the wilderness. Reynolds silently cheers his wife on, begging her to stay strong against the kid's combined cuteness. Arthur explains his reasoning. If he were to go to school now, his advanced abilities would make him stand out, yet he would be vastly younger than all the other students. He imagines himself as a tiny kid standing awkwardly among a crowd of much older classmates, explaining that the massive age gap would make it very difficult to fit in and make friends.
Visualizing this sad scenario, Alice's heart melts. She immediately panics, backtracking and suggesting that he doesn't have to go to school right now and could instead help his father out. But Reynolds places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, smiling warmly as he says their boy will be just fine. Arthur smiles brightly and thanks his father. Privately, Arthur thinks to himself that he doesn't want to just train in safety. He needs to fight in an open, unpredictable environment to truly test the legendary skills he has acquired. Alice humorously chases Reynolds around the room, playfully beating him up for giving in so easily. Watching them, Arthur reflects on how he didn't actually lie to his mother. The white dragon Sylvia really did tell him to enjoy his life to the fullest, and this is how he intends to do it.
At the Helstia mansion, a maid sweeps the stone pathway outside. Inside, the family sits around a large dining table, enjoying a peaceful breakfast. Vincent happily remarks how wonderful it is to enjoy a meal without being rushed for work. Tabitha playfully teases him, asking if he isn't supposed to visit the auction house to show new recruits around, suggesting it's just an excuse for him to throw another welcoming party. She grumbles about the ridiculous meal expenses, while Lilia sits nearby, looking deeply embarrassed as Sylvie comically steals food right off her plate. Arthur looks up from his food and asks what everyone has planned for the day. Alice Leywin explains that she and Tabitha have to run several errands around town to prepare for an upcoming event at the Helstia auction house. She mentions they are taking Ellie and Lilia along and asks if Arthur wants to join. Arthur politely declines, raising his hands and stating he prefers to stay behind to rest. As Reynolds loudly chokes on his food, Vincent changes the subject and asks if they finally settled on what to do about Arthur.
Alice reveals that they have officially agreed to let Arthur become an adventurer, but only under 3 very strict conditions. Reynolds raises his fingers to list the rules. First, Arthur must wait 3 months until after his upcoming 9th birthday. Second, he must have a capable guard accompanying him at all times during his missions. Third, he must return home to visit them at least once every 2 months. Reynolds adds that aside from these rules, Arthur is smart enough to handle the rest on his own. Vincent pushes up his glasses, pointing out a major flaw in the plan. He asks who they could possibly find to act as Arthur's guard, questioning if there's even an adventurer alive capable of protecting a multi-elemental prodigy. They all share a comical thought of a poor, heavily armored knight crying in terror as a young Arthur accidentally blasts him with water, fire, wind, and earth magic during a fight. Suddenly, little Ellie holds up 2 forks to her head like horns, playfully shouting for her father to look at her because she is pretending to be Sylvie. Alice scolds her for her bad manners, but the sight of the horns triggers a sudden stroke of genius in Reynolds. He slams his hand onto the table, excitedly announcing that their old adventurers party, the Twin Horns, will soon return from their long dungeon expedition. He explains that he recently received a letter from the Adventurers Guild stating the party will be back in 2 months. They can easily ask one of their trusted former teammates to accompany Arthur as his official guard. Alice's eyes widen in realization, admitting that it is actually a wonderful idea. Reynolds grins, playfully asking his wife why she looks so completely shocked that he managed to have a good idea. Arthur's eyes light up with pure excitement at the mention of the Twin Horns. He tightly clenches his fist as fond memories of his parents' former party members flash through his mind. The quiet and deadly Jasmine, the giant Durden, the cheerful Angela, their leader Helen, and the loudmouthed Adam. A confident smile spreads across Arthur's face as he realizes exactly who he wants to ask to accompany him on his upcoming journey. Inside his private office, Vincent Helstia sits at his desk, deeply focused on his work. The room is quiet and beautifully decorated, with an elegant chandelier hanging from the ceiling and 2 unusual paintings of cats decorating the wall behind him. Using a traditional calligraphy brush, Vincent carefully writes runic letters onto a sheet of parchment. A sudden knock on the door breaks the silence. Vincent looks up to see Arthur opening the door and stepping inside. Assuming the young boy is looking for his father, Vincent kindly informs Arthur that Reynolds has already left for the auction house. Arthur smiles warmly and shakes his head. He tells Vincent that he actually came to speak with him directly about a private matter and politely asks if he may come inside. Feeling a bit surprised, Vincent stammers out a quick approval. Meanwhile, the busy city streets of Xyrus are filled with the lively chatter of shoppers. Tabitha Helstia, Alice Leywin, little Ellie, and Lilia are walking together through the market. Alice holds up a delicate beaded ornament, questioning if simple items like this are actually appropriate for the upcoming 10-year anniversary event at the Helstia auction house. Tabitha smiles proudly, letting Alice know that the noble ladies absolutely loved the beautiful centerpieces Alice had made. Confused, Alice asks how anyone could have even seen them. Tabitha gives a cheeky thumbs up and confesses that she had actually stolen a few of Alice's handmade decorations from the house to ornament the private viewing rooms at the auction house. Hearing this, Alice covers her face in sheer embarrassment, screaming that those were just cheap little trinkets she made in her spare time. Lilia looks on with a sweat drop, muttering about how embarrassing it is, while little Ellie walks ahead of them, her tiny shoes clacking against the stone pavement. Crouching down, Lilia playfully pokes Ellie's puffed-up cheek, asking why she is pouting. Ellie grumbles that her big brother didn't come shopping with them today. Lilia dramatically pretends to be hurt, wiping a fake tear and teasing Ellie. She sighs, saying that now that Arthur is back, Ellie apparently doesn't care about her anymore, even though Ellie used to say she loved Lilia the best.
Terrified of hurting Lilia's feelings, Ellie panics, waving her arms and crying out that Lilia and her brother are both equally important. Before Lilia can tease her any further, a comical, heavy head chop from Tabitha lands squarely on Lilia's head with a loud thud, squishing her face. Tabitha angrily scolds her daughter for giving the sweet little girl such a hard time.
Rubbing her sore head, Lilia explained she was only teasing Ellie because Arthur is the only thing Ellie has been thinking about lately. Tabitha smiles mischievously at Lilia, teasingly pointing out that Ellie might not be the only one constantly thinking about Arthur. She slyly asks if her daughter has developed her very first little crush. Lilia's face instantly turns bright red. Steam literally pops from her head as she wraps her arms around her mother's waist, flailing in embarrassment and shouting that Arthur is just a big weirdo. However, Lilia's playful demeanor fades and she looks down at the ground, biting her lip. She quietly mentions that she was always told children her age couldn't become mages, which is why she has been patiently waiting for her own monocore to awaken. Yet, Arthur is already a powerful mage who's stronger than most adults. Clenching her fists with tears in her eyes, Lilia admits that it doesn't feel fair, expressing how deeply she wants to become a mage too, so she can make her parents happy. Alice and Tabitha exchange a soft, sympathetic look. Tabitha places a gentle, comforting hand on Lilia's shoulder, telling her daughter that while it is hard, she must not compare herself to Arthur. She gently reminds Lilia that Arthur is simply different from normal children. Lilia looks up, asking if Alice or Reynolds trained Arthur to make him so strong, and if they could help train her too. Alice explains that aside from a little basic sword training from Reynolds when Arthur was very young, they didn't train him at all. Tabitha's eyes widen in surprise. She points out that they must be missing a massive part of the story, but quickly catches herself and apologizes for prying. Alice smiles warmly, expressing her gratitude for how much Tabitha's family cares about them. She admits that both she and Reynolds are fully aware that Arthur is hiding secrets from them. Tabitha asks why they don't just confront him and ask how he became so incredibly skilled and powerful.
Alice looks down at Ellie with a beautiful, motherly smile. She explains that while they are incredibly curious, she trusts her son and believes he has a very good reason for keeping his secrets. She notes that giving Arthur his space and supporting him until he is ready to open up on his own is simply what it means to be a loving parent. Lilia looks at Alice in quiet awe, while Tabitha lets out an admiring sigh. Smiling happily, the four of them continue their walk down the street. Completely unbeknownst to them, a cold, calculating gaze is watching their every movement from the dark, narrow alleyways. A spy, cloaked entirely in black with a hood pulled low over his face, tracks their movements. Another spy, wearing a light gray cloak, steps out from the shadows of a damp brick alleyway to meet the first. The spy in the gray cloak instructs the other to inform Lord Sebastian that the rare mana beast was not with the family today. He explains that a highly powerful mage from Xyrus Academy has been acting as their guard, making it impossible to follow them too closely. However, the spy confirms that the young boy, who is almost certainly the master of the mana beast, will definitely be attending the upcoming 10-year anniversary event at the Helstia auction house. The dark-cloaked spy slowly cracks his knuckles with a chilling grin, stating that he will let Lord Sebastian know that this anniversary event will be the perfect opportunity to strike. With their plans set, the two mysterious spies part ways, melting back into the dark shadows of the alley. Back in the quiet safety of Vincent's office, the contrast in atmosphere is striking. Vincent is sitting at his desk, sweating nervously with his hands clasped tightly in front of his face. He stares across the desk at Arthur, who is calmly sitting in a large armchair, sipping his tea with perfect regal posture. Vincent is utterly bewildered, wondering what kind of bizarre situation he has found himself in.
He notes that the 8-year-old boy sitting opposite him possesses a presence so incredibly intense and commanding that Vincent feels far more nervous now than he ever did when standing before the king of Sapin himself. In Vincent's mind, he even visualizes Arthur sitting majestically on a grand golden throne, looking like an imposing emperor.
Arthur gently sets his teacup down with a quiet click, thanking Vincent for the tea. Vincent nervously covers his mouth, shocked by how completely different Arthur behaves when he is away from his family, wondering if this cold, mature demeanor is the boy's true personality. Stammering, Vincent tells Arthur it is no problem at all. Arthur gets straight to the point. He explains that his sudden visit is because he needs Vincent's help to retrieve a few specific items for him. Leaning forward with a sweating face, Vincent asks what those items might be. Arthur raises a finger, his eyes sharp and serious, as he lists his demands. A protective cloak with a large hood, a decent sword matching his small size, and a highly specialized mask capable of completely altering his voice.
Contemplating the request, Vincent notes that while the cloak and the sword are easy enough to find, a voice-altering mask is incredibly rare. He explains that only a highly skilled artificer, who is also a deviant sound mage, would have the rare magic required to craft such an item. Still, Vincent says he will certainly try his best to find one. Internally, Vincent suddenly stops and questions himself, wondering why he is so incredibly eager to please a young child when he's already buried under a mountain of work for the upcoming anniversary event. Sensing his hesitation, Arthur's intense, kingly aura completely vanishes, replaced by a warm, grateful smile as he thanks Vincent. Arthur then leans forward, stating that while he currently has no money, he has thought of a highly valuable way to compensate Vincent for his help.
Vincent quickly stands up, waving his hands in a friendly, defensive gesture. He insists that no payment is necessary, explaining that Reynolds has been a massive help to the Helstia family. Thanks to the rigorous training Reynolds has been providing to their personal guards, the rates of theft and violence at the auction house have dropped to the lowest they have ever been. Arthur acknowledges this, but remains determined to repay the favor. He explains that one of his main goals is to use a special method he recently discovered to help hasten his little sister Ellie's magical awakening. Arthur then looks directly at Vincent with a highly confident, knowing smile, adding that while he's helping Ellie, he can easily help Lilia awaken her mana core as well. Vincent freezes in absolute stunned silence.
Arthur acknowledges that he knows neither Vincent nor his wife are mages, but he looks Vincent dead in the eye and calmly states that he believes he can successfully help Lilia awaken as a mage, allowing her to attend the prestigious Xyrus Academy. Inside Arthur's bedroom, the heavy, rhythmic thuds of a training ball echo against the wooden floorboards. Arthur is down on his hands and knees, completely drenched in sweat and gasping for air. His body is trembling from sheer exhaustion. Even after all his intense training, he can still only maintain his dragon beast will for a few fleeting seconds. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that this is simply not enough. In his mind's eye, he pictures his mentors, the wise elf king Virion and the elderly director Cynthia Goodsky. He knows he has to push past his physical limits if he ever wants to stand a chance against the threats of this world. As Arthur rests on the floor, his mind begins to drift back to his previous life. He remembers the cold, rainy streets of a futuristic world. A young, orphaned Grey is running desperately through dark, narrow alleyways, clutching a heavy black bag. He splashes through deep puddles, only to stumble upon a crowd of onlookers gathered around a flashing sea of red and blue police lights. Standing at the edge of the crowd, the young Grey looks on in absolute horror. There, covered by a thin white sheet, lies the lifeless body of the orphanage headmaster,
the only mother figure he had ever known. The agonizing memory of his own raw screams of grief floods back, along with the image of a cold steel revolver being bagged as evidence. In his past life, Gray sought power purely to avenge her death, a dark path that ultimately left him completely hollow as a king. But in this life, Arthur makes a silent, unwavering vow. He will obtain power, not to seek revenge, but to keep the people he loves safe.
Arthur is suddenly pulled back to reality by a soft chirping sound. Sylvie hops onto his bed with a cheerful cry, letting him know that their families have finally returned from their errands. Arthur smiles warmly, gently stroking her head as she purrs happily. He stretches his tired muscles and changes into a clean, dark gray tunic. Heading downstairs, Arthur is greeted by a very tense gathering in the grand foyer. His mother Alice looks at him with deep concern, asking him why he is playing such an insensitive prank on Lilia by promising to make her a mage. Tabitha, Lilia's mother, looks equally upset, telling Arthur that even as a joke, he has gone a bit too far. Arthur calmly steps down the stairs and explains that he would never joke about something so serious. He reveals that he proposed a deal to Vincent, and Vincent eagerly steps in to back him up, suggesting they all move to the living room so Arthur can show them the proof.
In the middle of the grand living room, Arthur sits cross-legged on the large patterned rug, flanked by little Ellie and a very nervous Lilia. The anxious adults watch closely from the elegant couches behind them. Arthur explains to the girls that the best way to sense mana is through slow, deep, and highly rhythmic breathing. Ellie giggles, cutely bragging that she can already breathe easily. Arthur smiles and tells her that this isn't just any ordinary breathing. He explains that if she can master this special technique, she will be able to become just as strong as her big brother. Ellie's eyes sparkle with pure excitement as she stretches her arms out, eager to match his strength. Arthur guides them step by step. He instructs them to take a deep breath through their noses until their lungs are completely full, open their mouths to take one final quick sip of air, and then release the breath in 15 tiny rapid bursts. Arthur demonstrates, blowing out little puffs of air, and the girls eagerly follow along. He then tells them to close their eyes and repeat the process until they can see pretty lights floating around in the darkness.
Almost instantly, Ellie squeals in delight, claiming she can see the pretty lights. But the moment she opens her eyes to celebrate, she pouts, complaining that they went away. Arthur smiles, explaining that the lights only disappeared because she stopped her special breathing. Meanwhile, Lilia is struggling. Sweating and on the verge of tears, she confesses that she still can't see any lights, asking if there is something wrong with her. Arthur reassures her with a gentle smile, noting that since neither of her parents are mages, it is completely normal for it to take a little longer. Alice and Tabitha look deeply concerned, asking Arthur what he is actually trying to do. Arthur explains that he is going to help them awaken their mana cores early, just like he did when he was only 3 years old. Thanks to his rare affinity with all 4 elements, he believes he can manually guide their dormant mana.
Arthur closes his eyes and focuses his energy. Suddenly, a brilliant, colorful aura erupts around him, and dozens of glowing elemental mana particles begin to float through the room. Placing his hands on Lilia and Ellie's shoulders, Arthur warns them that their bodies might start to feel a little hot, but tells them to keep breathing exactly the way he taught them. His own mana core blazes with light as he channels streams of raw, vibrant elemental mana directly into their backs. The direct injection of pure mana works wonders. Inside Lilia's dark subconscious, brilliant white specks of mana suddenly burst into view. She gasps in sheer amazement, while Ellie giggles at how pretty the lights are. Arthur instructs them to use their minds to gather these white specks together, telling Ellie to treat them like little friends who need to be together to be happy. The physical strain of guiding 2 mana flows at once takes a massive toll on Arthur's young body.
Sweat pours down his face as he finally cuts off the connection, panting heavily. The moment the spell ends, both Lilia and Ellie collapse onto the rug, fast asleep from sheer exhaustion. Vincent and Tabitha rush forward in a panic, desperately asking if Lilia can truly become a mage now. Arthur wipes his brow and gives them a reassuring smile. He explains that while it will take a few years of constant practice, if he helps guide them for the first few months to get them on their feet, Lilia will have absolutely no trouble becoming a mage. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tabitha bursts into tears and throws her arms around Arthur in a tight, grateful hug. She cries out, thanking him for giving her daughter opportunities that she and Vincent were never given simply because they weren't mages. Lilia wakes up, rubbing her eyes, and smiles softly as she sees her mother weeping with pure joy. Even the usually composed Vincent is moved to tears of happiness.
Following that emotional breakthrough, Arthur's life falls into a comfortable, peaceful routine. Every morning is dedicated to his own training, followed by guiding Lilia and Ellie through their daily meditation to bring them closer to their true awakening. Arthur pushes his elemental limits outdoors, practicing his wind and ice magic on the balcony as beautiful blue currents swirl around his body. The busy days always end with a joyous family dinner filled with laughter, warmth, and delicious food. Even as Arthur pushes himself relentlessly to get stronger, he makes sure to cherish these precious, quiet moments with his loved ones, knowing all too well that his peaceful days won't last forever.
2 months have passed since Arthur began his routine of intense daily training and helping Lilia and Ellie connect with their mana. Inside the grand foyer of the Helstia mansion, a nervous excitement hangs thick in the air. Reynolds and Alice Leywin stand holding hands, their hearts racing with anticipation. Today is the day they finally reunite with their old adventuring party, the Twin Horns. It has been a long, agonizing time since they last saw their dear friends, and the weight of their shared history makes this moment feel incredibly surreal. Arthur stands quietly on the grand staircase, dressed in a neat green sweater vest and dark shorts. Suddenly, a small black blur leaps through the air. With a happy squeak, Sylvie lands right on Arthur's shoulder, her tiny claws digging into his vest. Arthur chuckles softly, gently scratching her head. He jokingly whispers to the little dragon that she is getting a bit too big to keep riding on his shoulder like a kitten. Sylvie merely purrs, rubbing her cheek affectionately against his. Before they can play any further, a loud, heavy knock echoes through the massive double doors of the mansion. Arthur's eyes light up. With a bright smile, he pulls the heavy doors open, ready to greet them. But before he can even finish his greeting, a flash of blonde hair lunges forward. With a loud, desperate cry, Angela Rose throws herself at Arthur. She wraps her arms around him in a crushing, suffocating hug, completely burying his face. Poor Sylvie is sent flying off to the side in utter shock. Tears stream down Angela's face as she weeps, crying out about how hard it must have been for such a young boy to survive all alone. Arthur's arms flail uselessly in the air, his muffled voice desperately gasping that he can't breathe. Seeing the boy literally suffocating, the giant of the group, Durden Walker, steps forward. He places a massive, gentle hand on Angela's shoulder and pulls her back. Angela blushes, wiping her tears as she sheepishly apologizes for letting her emotions get the best of her. Arthur bends over backward, drawing in massive gulps of fresh air. Once he catches his breath, he looks up at Durden with a wide grin, noting that the gentle giant somehow looks even bigger than before. But the lighthearted moment quickly shifts. Looking closely at Durden, Arthur sees thick tears silently streaming down the giant man's face. The sight of Arthur alive brings back a flood of painful memories for the entire party. They all remember the dark cave, the despair of Arthur falling off the cliff, and the crushing guilt they carried for failing to protect the boy. Durden places his massive hand on Arthur's head, his voice trembling with deep emotion,
as he whispers that he could say the exact same thing about Arthur growing up.
Breaking the heavy silence, the red-haired spear wielder, Adam Crench, saunters in with a smug grin. He jokingly teases the group, asking why everyone is crying when the plan was to put on a happy face for the kid. He then points a finger at the black dragon, asking if anyone is going to address the strange black beast lingering behind them. Before Adam can finish his thought, a long wooden bow suddenly sweeps through the air. With a swift tug, Helen Shard chokes Adam from behind, pulling him back and completely cutting off his words. Helen, usually so quiet and stoic, looks at Arthur with a rare, beautiful smile. She warmly tells him how glad they are to see him grown up and looking so handsome, completely ignoring a gagging Adam in the background.
Suddenly, Jasmine rushes into the foyer and throws her arms around Arthur in a fierce, emotional embrace. Alice and Reynolds watch with tears in their eyes, deeply moved by the love their old friends have for their son. But the most heartbreaking moment is yet to come. Jasmine quietly steps up behind Arthur. She sinks to her knees, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Her shoulders tremble violently as she breaks down, burying her face in his shoulder. Over and over she sobbed, whispering desperate apologies. The deep, heavy guilt of not being able to catch Arthur before he fell off the cliff years ago finally releases itself in a torrent of tears. Arthur hugs her back gently, letting her release the pain she had carried for so long. Standing on the stairs, Reynolds and Alice smile softly, realizing they completely missed their chance to make a grand, orderly entrance.
Later that evening, the mansion buzzes with a different kind of energy as everyone prepares for a highly anticipated event. Upstairs, Vincent Helstia is getting dressed in an elegant black and gold formal suit with the help of a maid. He asks Reynolds if they are absolutely sure they don't need extra conjurers stationed inside the auction house. Reynolds, looking incredibly sharp in a tailored black suit with a red security band around his arm, leans against the doorframe. He reassures Vincent that Angela and another skilled wind conjurer are alternating detection barriers around the building, while Durden is personally manning the main entrances. He explains that adding any more security would make people think they are preparing for an actual war. Reynolds expresses his deep gratitude that his old adventuring party agreed to help secure the event.
Vincent looks at himself in the mirror, smiling proudly. He explains that having the twin horns handle the perimeter allowed him to station his other guards further out, ensuring any potential threats are dealt with before they can ever reach the guests or damage the auction house. Vincent then shifts the conversation, mentioning that Arthur asked for a real sword before registering as an adventurer. Reynolds looks surprised, scratching the back of his neck nervously. He admits that considering his own fist-fighting style, he never actually taught Arthur how to use a sword. He only ever bought him a cheap wooden starter sword when he was 4 years old, and Arthur learned everything else entirely on his own. Vincent's jaw drops in disbelief. Reynolds sighs, admitting that even though Arthur claims to be self-taught, sparring with him can be deeply unsettling. He explains that there were times during their fights when the 10-year-old boy emits an unbelievable, suffocating pressure, a calculated confidence that makes it feel like he has fought deadly battles for decades. In reality, Arthur's soul is that of King Grey, a battle-hardened veteran of war, but Vincent simply sweat drops, looking highly skeptical. He gently pats Reynolds on the back, laughing off the serious moment by joking that Arthur's probably just experiencing an early puberty. Reynolds looks completely exasperated as Vincent chuckles, telling him they should head downstairs before everyone leaves without them. Downstairs, Alice stands at the foot of the staircase, hands on her hips. Wearing a stunning, elegant black evening gown, she playfully scolds the two men for taking so long to get ready. As Vincent and Reynolds descend the stairs, they are absolutely stunned. The entire foyer is filled with their families and the twin horns, all dressed in gorgeous, formal black and white attire.
From Durden's massive tuxedo to Jasmine's sleek black dress and boots, everyone looks incredibly sophisticated.
Vincent admits he feels a bit guilty for forcing a strict black and white dress code on everyone, just so they wouldn't stand out over the guests. Alice giggles, reassuring him that she prefers darker colors anyway. Meanwhile, Arthur stands in his tailored black suit, holding his nose in mild frustration. Despite his immense inner power and mature soul, looking in the mirror only reminds him that he is still just a cute, short kid. He silently prays that his teenage growth spurt hits him very soon. Vincent claps his hands loudly to gather everyone's attention, announcing that the carriages are finally waiting outside. As they begin to walk toward the exit, Vincent steps beside Arthur, placing a hand on his shoulder. He warmly mentions that he heard Lilia is progressing exceptionally well with her training. Arthur smiles brightly, assuring him that if she keeps up this pace, she will easily awaken her mana core in time to attend the prestigious Xyrus Academy at a normal age.
With tears of gratitude shining in his eyes, Vincent bows his head, thanking Arthur once again for changing his daughter's future. Arthur simply grins, reminding Vincent that he is just holding up his end of their bargain, and that he expects to see some truly spectacular items at the Helstia auction house tonight. With a joyous shout, the entire group steps out of the mansion. Under a beautiful, clear blue sky, they walk together down the driveway, laughing and smiling as they embark on a grand new adventure. The grand paved streets of the city are alive with celebration as a procession of elegant carriages makes its way through the festive crowds. Inside the first carriage, Alice, Reynolds, Ellie, and the Helsty family sit in comfortable silence, their formal black and gold outfits catching the soft sunlight filtering through the windows. In the carriage trailing just behind them, the atmosphere is much more lively. The twin horns, Helen, Adam, Jasmine, and Angela are chatting happily with Arthur, who sits quietly with Sylvie curled up in his lap. Adam leans back, letting out a heavy sigh as he looks at Arthur. He shakes his head, admitting he still finds it hard to believe everything the young boy had to go through after his tragic fall from the cliff. Helen smiles warmly from across the carriage. She notes that, all things considered, Arthur was incredibly fortunate to find a bonded beast. She explains that a bond is something even the most seasoned adventurers and wealthiest nobles rarely ever get to experience in their entire lifetimes. Arthur looks down at the sleeping black dragon, gently stroking her head. He softly agrees, whispering that this is exactly why Sylvie is so special to him. Suddenly, with a sharp screech of wooden wheels, the carriage grinds to a halt. Angela peeks out the window and excitedly announces that they have finally arrived. The carriage doors are swept open by attendants dressed in formal suits, welcoming them to the venue. Stepping out onto the paved plaza, Arthur is immediately frozen in place. He gazes up, his eyes wide with absolute awe. Rising high into the sky before him is the Helstia auction house. But calling it a house feels like a massive understatement. The building is a towering, magnificent, cathedral-like fortress. It features soaring golden spires, intricate stone arches, and massive decorative sword statues lining its circular exterior. Today marks the 10th anniversary of this legendary establishment. It is a grand event that nobles, powerful mages, and high-ranking adventurers across the continent have been eagerly anticipating for months. It is not just a simple celebration, but a rare opportunity to witness and potentially purchase priceless artifacts that have been locked away in high-security vaults specifically for this night. Inside, the luxury is even more overwhelming. Vaulted ceilings stretch high overhead, illuminated by massive, glittering crystal chandeliers. A plush red carpet cuts through the center of the giant foyer, where guards and staff are busy setting up. Display carts are rolled past, carrying rare paintings and shimmering, highly valuable beast cores of various colors.
One cart even carries an incredibly bizarre, giant golden statue of a multi-armed, cat-like deity. Arthur looks at it in confusion, silently wondering what on earth such a strange artifact could possibly be.
Near the entrance, Vincent is in full manager mode. He stands proudly before his staff, shouting out organized orders, reminding everyone that today is a major day and that absolutely no mistakes can be made. He commands Team B to check the side corridors every half hour before returning to their regular routes. Arthur watches Vincent with a smile. He turns to Helen, remarking how good it is to see Vincent and his father looking so professional and authoritative, which is a major change from how they usually act. Helen chuckles, replying that Reynolds was a natural leader back in their adventuring days. She admits that although she took over his role as the leader of the Twin Horns and has grown a lot, she still feels she cannot match up to the incredible presence Reynolds used to have. She gently pats Arthur on the head before heading off to join his father on security duty. A moment later, Alice calls out to Arthur, telling him it is time to go inside. She explains that Vincent and Reynolds will join them a little later once their security rounds are complete. Escorted by the staff, the families are led upstairs to a private VIP suite. As they walk out onto the balcony, Arthur's jaw drops once again. The auction hall is absolutely colossal, designed like a giant circular coliseum with rows upon rows of wooden benches stretching down to a massive central stage. On the stage, the main auctioneer and his assistant are busy preparing for the showcase. Looking around at the private, lavishly decorated viewing boxes lining the upper levels, Arthur can't help but feel impressed. Even after living his past life as a king and spending time with the elven royal family and Eleanor, the sheer scale of this auction house is breathtaking. Tabitha walks up beside him, smiling proudly as she asks what he thinks of their establishment. Arthur turns to her with a grin, teasingly replying that she is seriously downplaying the word house by calling this place a home. Tabitha and Alice burst into cheerful laughter, glad that he likes it. Lilia chimes in, excitedly telling Arthur to wait until he sees the private viewing rooms at the very top. Alice quickly warns Ellie to be careful as the young girl excitedly runs up the red-carpeted stairs of their private suite. An attendant bows politely, opening a polished wooden door and announcing their arrival.
The private room is the height of luxury, complete with plush velvet sofas, a fully stocked private bar, and an unobstructed view of the entire arena. Tabitha mentions that they are expecting some very special guests later in the evening, but urges everyone to make themselves comfortable for now. Ellie and Lilia wave happily, shouting in excitement as they look over the balcony. Below, a massive, elegant crowd of wealthy nobles and mages is already starting to stream into the hall, filling up the benches. Back in the lounge area, Tabitha asks what the kids are up to. Lilia giggles, explaining that Ellie is desperately trying to count every single person entering the arena. Finding it incredibly adorable, Lilia suggests that instead of counting, they play a fast-paced hand-clapping game called Poke Poke. Ellie gasps in pure joy, immediately agreeing. The two girls sit on the sofa, happily clapping and laughing, while a tired Sylvie takes a quiet nap right beside them. Nearby, Alice and Tabitha sit at the bar, sipping drinks and chatting happily. Arthur sits quietly on a plush chair, a soft smile on his face as he watches his family and friends have so much fun. The peaceful moment is interrupted by a soft knock. An attendant enters the room, bowing deeply as he informs Tabitha that the highly anticipated VIP guests have finally arrived and are making their way inside. Tabitha nods, her expression turning respectful as she prepares to welcome them. Vincent leads the prestigious guests down the corridor, flanked by royal guards in gleaming white armor and a stern-faced, gray-haired mage wearing dark red robes and carrying a golden staff. Vincent steps into the room, bowing elegantly as he formally introduces the royal family of the Sapin Kingdom: King Blaine Glader, Queen Priscilla, Prince Curtis, and Princess Kathleen. The moment they step into the room,
The atmosphere shifts instantly. A heavy, suffocating pressure fills the air. Arthur's eyes narrow as he recognizes the intense aura. It is the exact same overwhelming presence of true royalty that he had felt back in the Elven Kingdom. Without hesitation, Arthur, Alice, Ellie, Lilia, and Tabitha immediately drop to their knees, bowing their heads in deep respect. King Blaine, a commanding man with long red hair and a golden crown, looks at Vincent. He remarks that he didn't realize they would be sharing this private space with other guests tonight. Vincent's sweat drops, nervously apologizing for being so presumptuous. He explains that he remembered the king expressing a desire to meet his family again during his last visit, and he thought today's grand anniversary would be the perfect occasion. Vincent respectfully introduces his wife, Tabitha, and his daughter, Lilia, who both bow gracefully. He then introduces Alice Leywin, the wife of his close friend, along with her children, Arthur and Eleanor.
King Blaine's stern face softens into a warm smile. He graciously tells them that any friends of Vincent are friends of his, commanding everyone to stand. He explains that they are all here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this wonderful auction house and to enjoy the night. Queen Priscilla, wearing a beautiful silver tiara, smiles kindly and agrees, admitting she is quite pleased to have some pleasant company other than their quiet royal guards. On the sofa, Sylvie slowly blinks her golden eyes open, letting out a soft yawn. Queen Priscilla's attention is instantly captured by the little creature. She gasps, remarking on how incredibly cute the little mana beast is, noting that while she looks reptilian, she appears highly intelligent. Arthur smiles, explaining that the beast hatched just a few months ago and that her name is Sylvie. He gently coos at the little dragon, telling her to say hello. Sylvie happily chirps, letting out a cute squeak.
King Blaine looks intrigued, asking Arthur if this remarkable mana beast is indeed his bonded partner. When Arthur confirms it, the king smiles, commenting on how incredibly fortunate the young boy is, as even infant beasts are notoriously difficult to tame, and yet Sylvie seems completely obedient. Arthur calmly responds, explaining that because they are able to communicate mentally, their bond is more of a mutual, equal agreement rather than forced obedience. Suddenly, a loud, outraged cry echoes through the quiet room. The red-robed court mage, Sebastian, is staring at Arthur with wide, panicked eyes. His face is pale with shock as he demands to know if Arthur is seriously claiming to be under an equals contract with a mana beast. Arthur's sweat drops, instantly realizing he might have said something far too unusual. He nervously stammers, admitting that Sylvie was the one who actually initiated the contract.
Hearing this, Prince Curtis and Princess Kathleen look on in complete disbelief. Losing all of his professional composure, Sebastian aggressively lunges forward. He grabs Arthur's arm, his voice trembling with a mixture of greed and shock, as he demands to take a closer look at the legendary bond. Before Sebastian can lay another hand on the boy, King Blaine steps in. His voice is dangerously cold and commanding as he orders the mage to stop. The king firmly reminds Sebastian that this is neither the time nor the place to inspect someone's pet, sternly asking if he needs to be reminded that he is currently on active duty. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Sebastian instantly drops to his knees, trembling as he bows his head to beg for the king's forgiveness.
Tabitha quickly steps in to diffuse the heavy tension, brightly pointing out that the main event is about to start. She politely invites the king and queen to take their seats at the front of the balcony. The royal couple happily obliges, leaving the awkward tension behind. As the group moves toward the balcony, Arthur stands still for a moment, his gaze turning icy cold. He looks down at Sebastian, who is slowly rising from the floor. Sebastian pulls back his hood, revealing his face. He glares back at Arthur, his eyes twisted with a dark, burning resentment toward the boy who has just humiliated him.
The grand stage below is bathed in warm light as the main auctioneer steps forward, his voice booming through the massive coliseum. He welcomes the roaring crowd of mages, adventurers, and wealthy nobles, declaring it the absolute highest honor to host this monumental 10th anniversary event. He raises his fist to the sky, shouting that everyone has gathered here for one sole purpose: to claim the rarest and most legendary treasures on the continent. The crowd erupts into a deafening cheer, and the applause ripples through the massive tiers of the arena. Before the bidding officially begins, the announcer points his hand toward the south balcony. He requests that the entire audience turn their attention to the royal viewing box to welcome their most prestigious guests: King Blaine, Queen Priscilla, Prince Curtis, and Princess Kathleen. The royal family waves gracefully down to the crowd, and a deep, respectful bow sweeps across the thousands of guests sitting below.
The announcer then drops to one knee on the stage, gesturing proudly toward the adjacent private box. He introduces the man who made this entire spectacular event possible, Vincent Hellstea. Vincent stands at the railing of his balcony, bowing humbly with a hand over his chest as the arena thunders with applause. Behind him, Tabitha, Lilia, and Alice clap proudly, beaming with joy. Arthur stands beside them, clapping quietly. Watching the grand display of royalty and prestige, a sudden wave of familiarity washes over him. For a brief moment, the scene reminds him of his past life as King Grey, surrounded by courtly excess and bowing subjects. But Arthur quickly shakes his head, his brown hair whipping as he mentally pushes the memories away. He reminds himself that he is no longer a king. In this life, he is still just a kid who hasn't even gone through puberty yet.
Sighing softly, Arthur slumps back onto the plush VIP sofa. With no one paying attention, he slyly sneaks a glass of amber alcohol from the private bar, taking a quiet sip. Nearby, Lilia is playfully scolding little Ellie, telling her to sit still while eating her treats, though Ellie just happily waves her spoon around. Arthur's sharp eyes drift over to the other side of the room, where Queen Priscilla is chatting warmly with Alice and Tabitha. He notices a beautiful white and gold wand tucked securely into her sash, confirming she is indeed a conjurer. Arthur tries to subtly sense her mana signature, but he feels absolutely nothing. His mind quickly analyzes the situation. He realizes that she is either carrying a highly advanced artifact designed to completely mask her energy, or her mana core is simply at a level so incredibly high that his current, unawakened senses cannot register it.
Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, the queen turns her head slightly, her eyes locking onto him with a look of mild surprise. Arthur's heart skips a beat. He sweat drops, quickly looking away and coughing nervously to hide his embarrassment. He leans back, rubbing his cheek as he begins to ponder something he has never really thought about before. He finds it fascinating that he feels absolutely no romantic attraction to the queen or any of the older women in his life, despite them being in the exact same age range he was before he died. He reasons that it is likely because they are his mother's age. But at the same time, he doesn't find younger girls like Tessia, Lilia, or Princess Kathleen attractive either. Shrugging it off, he decides that romance is a problem for the future. He has no plans of dating anytime soon and will worry about it when he is actually older. Vincent suddenly leans over the back of the sofa, snapping Arthur out of his thoughts. He whispers that a magnificent short sword is currently being wheeled onto the stage. He tells Arthur that if the weapon is to his liking, he will happily bid on it, assuring the boy not to worry about the cost, one of the many perks of owning the auction house. Down below, the announcer proudly unveils the weapon. He explains that the masterful short sword was forged by a legendary mastersmith who is also a skilled fire artificer. Imbued right above the guard is the powerful mana core of a mighty thunderhawk. The announcer explains that reinforcing the blade with even a tiny amount of mana will generate crackling crackling currents of electricity along its edge, drastically enhancing its cutting power and delivering a paralyzing shock to any opponent it cuts. The announcer declares that the starting bid for this incredible weapon is 50 gold coins. Instantly, paddles shoot up across the arena as the price begins to climb.
Arthur's jaw drops slightly in disbelief. His mind quickly calculates the sheer absurdity of the currency in this world. In a wealthy city like Xyrus, a modest, comfortable 2-story house can be bought for just a single gold coin. Yet, back in his old hometown of Ashbur, an average family can live perfectly fine on just a handful of copper coins a day. Arthur visualizes the conversion in his mind, copper stacks into silver and silver into gold. He realizes that the starting bid for this single sword alone could easily fund a comfortable life for a normal family for over 250 years. Vincent asks if the sword is to his liking, noting that while it's currently a bit too big for Arthur, an elemental weapon is incredibly hard to find. Arthur shakes his head, politely declining. He admits it is a powerful weapon, but he'd prefer something much more low-key and less flashy.
Vincent smiles warmly, adjusting his glasses. He laughs quietly, whispering that he should have expected as much. After all, why play with a simple spark of lightning when Arthur already wields the storm itself? Vincent then delivers some exciting news, revealing that he has successfully acquired the other special items Arthur had requested. Arthur's eyes light up. He asks if Vincent actually managed to locate a voice-altering mask. Vincent proudly puffs out his chest, asking who Arthur thinks he is. He reveals that he even secured a highly coveted cloak made from the fur of a nightmare fox, which has the unique ability to completely obscure the wearer's presence from unsuspecting eyes. Arthur laughs happily, admitting this is far more than he could have ever hoped for. Vincent winks, telling him to just stay safe, teasingly adding that he's the one who will have to answer to Reynolds and Alice if anything happens to their son.
Arthur smiles contentedly, realizing Vincent was absolutely right. The sword was only the beginning. The auction continues to showcase a massive array of high-grade weapons and rare beast cores ranging from C-class all the way to A-class. Even King Blaine enthusiastically joins in, proudly raising his bidding paddle and winning a highly coveted A-class beast core. Arthur reflects on how the buyer of such a core wouldn't know if it contained a rare beast will until they actually absorbed it. As the hours drag on, Arthur stretches his arms over his head, wondering when the intermission will finally start. He reaches his hand down to pat the sofa next to him, but his hand hits empty cushion. He blinks, looking around in confusion. Sylvie is gone. He quickly asks Ellie and Lilia if they know where she wandered off to, but they both look surprised, claiming she was sitting right there just a moment ago. Growing worried, Arthur drops to his knees, checking under the couches and scanning the private suite. Suddenly, a faint, terrified squeak of "Ew" echoes from the back of the room. Arthur's head snaps toward the sound, his eyes widening in instant shock. Over by a row of high-backed wooden chairs, Sebastian, the red-robed royal court mage, is kneeling on the floor. He has cornered the tiny black dragon against the wall. Sebastian has a twisted, manic grin on his face as he stretches out a hand adorned with gold rings and a purple beaded bracelet, whispering for the little beast to come to him. Sylvie is trembling violently, her large yellow eyes filled with tears as she whimpers in absolute terror. Arthur feels a surge of panic, but he desperately forces himself to stay calm. He reminds himself that Sebastian is a high-ranking court mage serving the royal family, and a public conflict would be disastrous. He steps forward, his voice calm but firm, as he calls out, telling Sylvie it is time to go. Hearing her master's voice, Sylvie squeaks in relief and runs to Arthur's side, quickly hiding behind his legs. Arthur turns to walk away, but the heavy thud of Sebastian's golden staff echoing against the floor stops him in his tracks. Sebastian slowly stands, his face hidden in the dark shadows of his crimson hood. In a venomous, arrogant whisper, he mutters that a countryside commoner has no right to be frolicking around with such a legendary, special beast. Arthur stops dead in his tracks, his back still turned. He coldly asks what the mage just said.
Sebastian slowly tilts his head back, a smug, highly self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. He looks down at the young boy, his eyes gleaming with intense greed as he slowly, deliberately whispers that the beast will be his. The final trace of Arthur's patience snaps. His right hand clenches into a tight, trembling fist. All of his carefully maintained restraint instantly vaporizes. The temperature in the room seems to plummet as a suffocating, blood-red aura of pure, unadulterated killing intent explodes from Arthur's small body. The sheer weight of his dark mana pressure fills the air, casting a terrifying crimson shadow over the room. Vincent Helstia stands in the grand auction hall, speaking softly about young Arthur. He mentions how it is a shame that Arthur was unable to find anything he liked during the event. From what Vincent understood, Arthur only wanted a simple, good quality sword, nothing too fancy or magically powerful. Vincent decides that they should check their family's private storage room instead, confident they will find something suitable there. Suddenly, a hand gently taps Vincent's shoulder. He turns around to find the King of Sapin, King Glader, standing right behind him. Vincent quickly bows, hoping His Majesty is having an enjoyable evening. King Glader is in a cheerful mood, expressing how pleased he is with his purchase of an A-class beast core from a silver-coat bear. He only hopes the beast's magical will inside the core is still intact. Vincent bows politely, glad that the humble auction was worth the king's time. The king laughs heartily, telling Vincent that the only humble thing in the room is Vincent himself.
Just as the king is laughing, the atmosphere in the room completely freezes. An incredibly heavy, terrifying pressure fills the air. A dark red, menacing aura manifests like a giant glaring eye filled with anger. The pure, unfiltered bloodlust is so intense that it suffocates everyone nearby. Vincent immediately drops to his knees, clutching his neck as he gasps for air. Even the king, a powerful warrior, clutches his chest in agony. The pressure is suffocating, and though it is not even directed at the king, it is almost too heavy to bear. Vincent collapses to the floor, coughing and struggling to breathe. The royal guards instantly move into action. The queen grabs her children, shouting for the guards to protect the kids instead of her. King Glader draws his weapon, yelling out to the empty room, demanding to know who dares to attack the royal family. Sebastian, the arrogant royal guard who was previously acting high and mighty, is completely paralyzed with fear, cowering flat on the floor.
Nearby, Arthur stands quietly. In his mind, he realizes he made a massive mistake. He let his anger get the best of him and accidentally unleashed a tiny fraction of his kingly pressure. He quickly pulls back his aura, and the suffocating weight vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Arthur's little sister, Eleanor, is crying from the fright, and Arthur quickly hugs her to comfort her. Vincent gets up, rubbing his throat in confusion, completely baffled by what just occurred. Suddenly, the double doors of the room are thrown open. Reynolds Leywin, Arthur's father and a guard captain, bursts in with his weapon drawn, asking if everyone is safe. The other guards quickly take control, ordering a sweep of the building. Arthur sighs in relief, but feels incredibly guilty for causing his father so much stress. As the family sits back down to recover, Arthur checks on his little dragon bond, Sylvie. Sylvie lets out a soft squeak, signaling she is okay. Just then, a guard runs in to report to the king. He claims that Captain Reynolds Leywin has just apprehended a suspicious intruder outside. Hearing this, the king is completely satisfied and assumes the strange pressure was just the work of the captured intruder. Arthur cannot help but feel incredibly thankful to this random intruder for unknowingly taking the blame and saving him from being discovered. Meanwhile, the other guards tease Sebastian for falling to the ground in terror from a simple intruder. Sebastian angrily snaps back, claiming he only slipped, but he secretly glares at Arthur with pure hatred. On the main stage, the auctioneer returns to resume the show. He happily announces the final and most anticipated item of the evening. The curtains are pulled back to reveal an adorable roaring baby cub, an infant world lion. The auctioneer explains that a fully grown world lion is a powerful B-class mana beast, and with the right training, it could even reach A-class. The crowd is absolutely amazed, but Sebastian notices that Arthur is completely ignoring the rare beast, which only makes him angrier. The bidding for the cub starts at 500 gold coins. The wealthy nobles quickly raise the price, bidding back and forth until the price reaches 800 gold. Suddenly, King Glader raises his paddle, bidding an astounding 1,000 gold coins. No one dares to bid against their own monarch, so the king easily wins the cup. Vincent congratulates him, and the king reveals he plans to give the beast to his young son, Prince Curtis. Curtis is thrilled and promises to do his best, though his mother playfully teases him about skipping his tutor lessons.
As the auction winds down, Vincent offers to have the king's items delivered to him. The king declines, too impatient to wait, and decides to accompany Vincent down to the private storage room. Seeing his chance, Sebastian quietly approaches the king and whispers something scheming into his ear. Arthur watches them, immediately getting an incredibly bad feeling about whatever Sebastian is plotting. They all arrive in the storage room. Vincent hands Arthur a large bag containing all the auction items he requested, except for a sword. Vincent suggests Arthur look around the shelves to see if any of the swords in storage catch his eye. Arthur's mother, Alice, offers to hold the bag while he searches. King Glader walks over to Arthur, friendly pointing out that his own son has also started learning the sword, and suggests they should arrange a friendly spar one day. Before Arthur can answer, Sebastian sneers, arrogantly interrupting that a royal prince would only pick up bad habits by sparring with a mere commoner. Arthur keeps his composure, politely bowing and claiming that swords are just a hobby for him, and he could never hope to match the prince's level. Sebastian grinds his teeth, frustrated that his insult did not provoke the boy.
At that moment, Reynolds Leywin enters the room to meet the king. He kneels respectfully, and the king praises him for catching the intruder earlier. Reynolds humbly thanks him. Reynolds then stands next to Arthur, and the king addresses him directly. King Glader points out that Sebastian has been a loyal royal guard for many years and deserves a special reward for his service. The king's expression turns cold and calculating as he looks down at Arthur. He casually announces that Sebastian has taken a great liking to Arthur's pet dragon, Sylvie. The room goes completely still as the king demands that Arthur hand over his lifelong magical bond to Sebastian as a service to the kingdom. The words of King Glader hang heavily in the quiet storage room. He has just demanded that Reynolds hand over his son's magical beast bond to Sebastian. Reynolds, kneeling on the cold floor, sweats profusely as a wave of panic washes over him. He looks back at Arthur and the little black dragon, Sylvie, resting quietly on the boy's shoulder. Reynolds bows his head even deeper, his voice trembling slightly as he addresses the monarch. He explains that neither he nor his wife have any right to make decisions regarding Sylvie. Arthur acquired the beast entirely on his own, so Reynolds cannot speak on his behalf. The king sighs, thinking the situation can easily be solved with money. He casually offers to compensate the family handsomely. He even promises to hire a high-class mage at his own expense to forcibly sever the soul contract between Arthur and Sylvie. Standing behind the king, the queen smiles warmly, as if they were performing an act of pure generosity. But Arthur can feel the deep, insulting selfishness behind their polite words.
King Glader looks down at Arthur, expecting the young boy to jump at the chance to please royalty. Sebastian, standing nearby, barks at Arthur, demanding the boy lower his gaze when looking at his superiors. But the king pats Sebastian, telling him to stay calm. The king smiles at Arthur and makes another offer.
He promises to let Arthur choose any magnificent weapon he desires from the royal armory. In Arthur's mind, a quiet voice reminds him to stay calm. After all, the man standing before him is still the king of Sapin. Arthur takes a deep breath and speaks politely but firmly. He thanks the king for the gracious offer, but flatly refuses. He states that even the most magnificent sword in the world could never replace his beloved bond.
Sebastian gasps in outrage at the refusal, but King Glader silences him. The king is determined to get what he wants. He decides to sweeten the deal, offering to trade the rare world lion cub he just purchased for Sylvie. Prince Curtis stands in complete shock, protesting that his father promised the cub was his. The king completely ignores his own son. He looks at Arthur, reasoning that while Sylvie is unique, reptilian beasts rarely grow as strong as predatory mammalian beasts. He expects the boy to accept this incredible trade. Arthur's face goes completely dark. He looks directly into the king's eyes and tells him clearly that he has no intention of giving, selling, or trading his bond. The friendly smile on King Glader's face completely vanishes. His voice turns ice cold. He reminds Arthur that he has asked him nicely twice, and his royal patience is running thin. He asks one last time if Arthur will hand over the beast.
Arthur clenches his fist. Instead of answering, he asks the king a question of his own. He points out that the king has asked 3 times and been rejected 3 times, yet his pride refuses to accept a simple no. Arthur looks the king dead in the eye and asks a chilling question. How much money would the king require in exchange for his own son or daughter? The entire room instantly freezes. The queen, Prince Curtis, and Princess Kathleen stare in absolute horror. Vincent, his family, and Arthur's mother Alice are frozen in utter disbelief. No one has ever dared to speak to the king with such blatant disrespect. Sebastian screams in fury, calling Arthur an insolent peasant for daring to insult the royal family. Instantly, a heavily armored royal guard draws his sword and lunges directly at Arthur. The guard channels a massive amount of mana into his blade, intending to cut the child clean in half. But Arthur is entirely unfazed. Time seems to slow down around him. He keeps his own mana flow perfectly calm. He easily anticipates the guard's heavy downward swing, steps lightly to the side, and uses his bare hand to deflect the flat of the giant blade. The guard's sword crashes violently into the stone floor, cracking the tiles. In a seamless, fluid motion, Arthur slips under the guard's arm, completely disrupting his balance. Using the guard's own forward momentum against him, Arthur channels his power and delivers a devastating, explosive punch straight to the guard's helmet. With a loud crash, the armored guard is sent flying backward, completely knocked unconscious. Sebastian watches his fellow guard collapse in seconds. He panics, realizing this child is far more dangerous than anyone could have guessed. Desperate to steal the dragon and escape punishment, Sebastian decides to take matters into his own hands. He knows that a beast capable of forming an equal contract at such a young age is incredibly rare and will easily grow beyond A-class. He raises his staff, channeling a massive sphere of bright pink destructive magic directly at Arthur.
Before Sebastian can release the spell, the entire room suddenly shifts. The colors in the environment invert, turning into a chilling, shadowy negative. A suffocating pressure floods the room, instantly freezing everyone in place. The king, the queen, Arthur's parents, and the guards are completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle or even breathe. Sebastian's glowing spell instantly sputters and dies. He panics, frantically waving his staff, but nothing happens. Arthur's cold voice echoes through the silence, explaining that spells requiring ambient mana simply will not work here. Arthur steps out of the shadows. His eyes glow with a piercing blue light, and a golden beast will mark ignites on his face.
Sebastian trembles in absolute terror, begging the boy to stay back and pointing out that he is a royal conjurer. Arthur simply looks at him and asks if Sebastian really thinks he is a match for him in this state. In a flash of blinding speed, Arthur moves. A loud, sickening crack echoes through the room as Arthur breaks Sebastian's leg. Sebastian collapses to the floor, clutching his bloody leg and screaming in agonizing pain. He cries out for help, wondering why the king and the guards are just standing there watching. But no one can move under the crushing weight of Arthur's aura. Arthur walks over and grabs Sebastian by his collar, dragging him up. He whispers coldly that no one is coming to save him, so he had better listen carefully. Drooling and weeping, Sebastian tries to threaten him, crying that he is the king's personal conjurer. Arthur looks down at him with eyes of absolute death and softly replies, "Exactly." Arthur's message is loud and clear. Know your place. The heavy sound of a physical clash echoes through the storage room as Arthur's fist connects squarely with the royal guard's helmet. A sickening crack reverberates as blood splatters from the impact, sending the heavily armored soldier spinning backward. King Glader watches in complete bewilderment, his face pale and sweating. He tries to make sense of what just happened, desperately wondering to himself how a mere commoner child could have defeated his elite guard so easily. He even wonders if his own guard simply tripped over his feet. But reality crashes down with a loud thud as the unconscious guard slams flat on his back. The king looks around, entirely disoriented, wondering where Arthur went. To his absolute shock, Arthur is suddenly standing right beside the fallen guard, having moved with impossible speed. The room erupts into pure chaos. Eleanor screams in terror, while Arthur's parents, Reynolds and Alice, look on with wide, terrified eyes. Vincent and his wife are completely frozen in disbelief, and even the little black dragon, Sylvie, watches from a nearby shelf with a startled expression.
Meanwhile, Sebastian lies curled on the floor, clutching his shattered, bleeding knee, whimpering and begging for help. Furious and deeply unsettled by the entire scene, King Glader barks orders at his men to check Sebastian's vitals. The queen quickly chimes in, shouting for a healer to be brought immediately. But as the guards scramble to carry Sebastian away on a stretcher, Arthur's body suddenly gives out, and he collapses onto the cold ground, completely unconscious. When Arthur finally opens his eyes, he finds himself lying in his own bed. A large grandfather clock ticks quietly on the wall of his dimly lit room. As he sits up, a sharp, throbbing ache shoots through his head, causing him to wince and hold his forehead. He looks around, confused about how he got back home. Slowly, his memory begins to return. The last thing he remembers is the terrifying image of Sebastian's face right before he activated his Beast Will's unique ability, Static Void.
Arthur sighs, realizing he completely overdid it. Thanks to the legacy of the dragon Sylvia, he was able to unlock this time-stopping power once he reached the acquire phase of her dragon will. It is a game-changing ability that temporarily separates him from the flow of time, a power only available to him because he is a beast tamer. However, such godlike magic comes with a severe cost. Despite his years of intense training, his young body can only sustain this ability for a few seconds before facing a brutal backlash. By keeping the time frozen long enough to deal with the guards and Sebastian, he had pushed far past his physical limit. All things considered, he realizes he is incredibly lucky to have only fainted.
Before he can dwell on it any longer, he hears a soft voice outside his door. Alice is gently telling Sylvie to wait as she opens it. The door swings open, and the little black dragon happily bounds into the room, leaping onto the bed. Alice stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock. She gasps, overjoyed to see her son awake. She rushes to the bed and wraps him in a tight, emotional hug, crying tears of pure relief.
She explains that the doctor had assured them he only fainted from shock and would wake up soon, though she notes that the doctor's definition of soon was quite off, since he had been asleep for nearly 8 hours.
Seeing his mother cry, a wave of guilt washes over Arthur. He hates that he made her worry yet again. Suddenly, another sharp pain spikes in his head, but he quickly hides his discomfort with a warm smile. He assures her that he is perfectly fine and asks what happened after he passed out. Alice's expression turns somber. She explains that the entire room was in complete disarray, and since the royal children were deeply traumatized by the violence, the king and his family excused themselves and left immediately. She then informs Arthur that his father is downstairs in the living room, currently speaking with the king's representative about the incident. Arthur decides to head downstairs to see how his father is holding up. He gently tells Sylvie to stay behind and protect his mother, and the little dragon chirps in agreement. As Arthur walks down the grand staircase, he can hear his father's angry voice echoing from the living room. Reynolds is shouting, firmly stating that almost having his son killed is not something that can simply be bought off with money. Arthur opens the door and steps into the room. Reynolds looks up, his anger instantly softening into relief as he calls out his son's name. Standing near the couch is Jasper Cogwright, the king's representative, dressed in a sharp, refined red suit. Jasper politely bows, extending his condolences on behalf of the king, and points to a small, heavy pouch of clinking gold coins sitting on the coffee table as a token of apology. Reynolds, however, is furious. He clenches his fists, pointing out that the king is basically giving the guards who tried to kill his son a mere slap on the wrist by simply relieving them of their duties. Jasper's polite demeanor turns cold. He sharply reminds Reynolds that it was Arthur who initially spoke out of turn in front of the king. A tense, suffocating spark of magic flares between Reynolds and Jasper as they lock eyes in a silent, hostile stare-down. Sensing the danger, Arthur quickly steps in to defuse the situation. He playing the part of a modest, well-mannered child, admitting that he was indeed out of line and suggesting they simply put the matter to rest since he isn't actually hurt. Jasper is quietly impressed by the boy's maturity. Arthur then casually asks what became of Sebastian, the conjurer whose knee was shattered. Jasper explains that Sebastian was stripped of his title and is currently receiving medical treatment. He adds that when Sebastian woke up, he frantically claimed that Arthur was the one who broke his leg. Reynolds immediately scoffed at the absurd claim, but Jasper raises his hand to calm him down. He explains that the royal investigators found lingering mana on Sebastian's staff and believe that the magic from the first guard's sword must have ricocheted, interfering with Sebastian's own spell and causing a self-inflicted backlash. Arthur quietly smiles to himself, incredibly relieved that the kingdom's experts came up with such a convenient excuse for him. With the matter officially resolved, Jasper takes his leave, walking out into the quiet, starry night. Arthur and Reynolds watch his carriage pull away. Suddenly, Reynolds tosses the heavy pouch of gold coins to Arthur. When Arthur looks at him in confusion, Reynolds smiles warmly, telling him that since he was the one who almost died, he should keep it. Besides, he will need the money when he finally starts his journey as an adventurer. Reynolds tells him to go back to bed and get some rest. As he walks back inside, he pauses at the doorway, turns back with a proud grin, and extends his fist, telling Arthur it was a nice punch. Arthur blushes slightly, a bright smile spreading across his face as he extends his own fist to return the air bump. Back in his bedroom, Arthur kneels by his desk, carefully tucking the gold coins away in a drawer. He is incredibly thankful that the situation with Sebastian blew over without exposing his true powers. Still, the entire ordeal served as a harsh reminder of his current limitations. In the eyes of the world, he is still just a helpless child. But
Arthur knows that things will be entirely different once he becomes an adventurer. He reaches into his travel bag and carefully unwraps a set of dark, stealthy clothes and a sleek, expressionless white mask. Holding the mask up to his face, a sharp, confident smirk plays on his lips. With this disguise, he will no longer have to hide behind the identity of a young boy. Under a new name, he can finally let loose. Inside a bustling tavern, the members of the Twin Horns party gather around a large wooden table. Reynolds sits with them, a serious expression on his face, as he asks a crucial question. So, who is it going to be? Because Arthur is still just a child, he needs a licensed adult adventurer to escort him and act as his guardian. Adam immediately raises his hands, flatly declining the offer. With a smirk, he explains that babysitting definitely isn't his strong suit. He jokes that with his loud personality, Arthur might actually end up killing him in his sleep one day. In his mind, Adam shudders as he remembers a humiliating sparring match where a younger Arthur had soundly defeated him, holding a spear right to his face while standing over him. The memory makes the rest of the party sweat drop, though they can't help but chuckle at the thought.
Reynolds sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. He tells them that although he and Alice can't offer much, they are more than willing to compensate whoever takes the job. Hearing this, Durden and Helen immediately tell him to stop talking like that. They remind Reynolds that they are all family, and they would love nothing more than to watch Arthur grow. Helen waves her hand dismissively, adding that they don't need the money anyway, especially since they brought back a massive amount of treasure from their last dungeon raid. Just then, a quiet voice cuts through the conversation. Jasmine softly raises her hand and says, "I volunteer." The entire table freezes, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. Jasmine is notoriously quiet and hates escort missions even more than Adam does. Sensing their disbelief, Jasmine looks away with a slight blush on her cheeks, softly explaining that it is fine since she's doing it for Arthur. Helen smiles warmly, admitting that logically speaking, Jasmine is indeed the most suitable person to protect Arthur. Durden specializes mostly in defensive, wide-area spells designed for larger parties, which wouldn't be very useful for protecting a single child. Helen also points out that solo protection isn't her strong suit either. Looking at Jasmine, Alice asks if she is truly fine with this, and Jasmine responds with a cute, determined nod. Adam chimes in, telling them to just let her go. He points out that Jasmine is the only augmenter among them with an elemental affinity. She broke past the light orange core stage just last year, and with her wind attribute magic, she is easily the fastest and most capable protector for the job. Durden agrees, though he admits with a warm smile that he is a bit disappointed he won't be the one accompanying Arthur. Reynolds stands up and clasps Durden's shoulder, thanking him and promising they will team up next time. Arthur turns to Jasmine, giving her a bright, cheerful smile. He tells her that he will be in her care, and Jasmine returns the sentiment with a gentle, rare smile of her own. As the sun begins to set, casting a beautiful warm glow over the horizon, the Leywin family finally returns to the grand Helstia Manor. Inside, they find Lilia Helstia sitting on the floor in a quiet room, focused entirely on her meditation. Seeing her, little Ellie instantly puffs out her cheeks in frustration, running into the room and shouting that it isn't fair for Lilia to train without her. Arthur watches Lilia with a proud smile. He is impressed to see that she can now meditate completely on her own, even without him constantly having to guide mana into her body. He looks at his little sister Ellie, thinking to himself that she should easily be able to awaken by the age of 7 or 8 if she can just find the patience to meditate. However, Arthur decides that it might actually be for the better if she doesn't awaken too early. He doesn't like the idea of his little sister drawing the same kind of dangerous, unwanted attention that he did. Shaking off these thoughts, Arthur turns to his father,
He asks Reynolds if they can quickly visit the Helstia auction house. He wants to pick out a proper sword, since he wasn't able to find a good one the last time they were there. Reynolds happily agrees, and Alice smiles, telling them not to stay out too long, since she is about to start preparing dinner.
A short while later, Arthur and Reynolds arrive at the Helstia auction house. Inside, Lilia's parents, Vincent and Tabitha, are waiting for them. It is the first time they have seen Arthur since his collapse, and they immediately bombard him with a long string of worried questions about his health. Arthur does his best to wave his hands and reassure them that he is completely fine, and happy that the whole ordeal is finally over. Vincent, however, is still incredibly angry about how the king handled the situation. He adjusts his glasses, grumbling that firing those 2 guards was probably just a temporary measure to keep the public happy. He bets that as soon as the tension cools down, the king will quietly give them their elite positions back. Reynolds nods grimly, admitting that he figured the exact same thing. Hoping to steer the conversation away from the frustrating politics, Arthur politely coughs into his hand. He explains that they actually came because he desperately needs to find a sword before taking his upcoming application test at the Adventurers Guild. Vincent's face lights up as he realizes he almost forgot. He tells Arthur that while it might take some time to find a blade that perfectly suits him, he is more than welcome to dig around their storage vault. A heavy, secure door is unlocked, and Vincent guides Arthur and Reynolds inside. As Arthur steps through the doorway with Sylvie perched on his shoulder, his eyes widen in absolute awe. They are standing in a massive, spectacular warehouse. The room is brilliantly lit by grand chandeliers, and the floor is covered in beautiful, ornate tiles. Shelves and racks stretch as far as the eye can see, completely packed with countless weapons, wooden crates, and barrels. Racks of gleaming swords, bows, crossbows, and spears line the walls. Arthur and Sylvie both look incredibly excited, their eyes sparkling with anticipation.
However, that initial excitement quickly fades into deep disappointment. Arthur walks around the vault, picking up various swords and swinging them through the air, trying to test their weight and balance. But none of them feel right. He groans in frustration, realizing that finding what he wants is going to be nearly impossible. Because almost all the warriors in this world are heavy-hitting augmenters, the weapon shops are flooded with massive two-handed claymores or oversized one-handed blades. His search for a dependable, high-quality sword that actually fits his smaller, younger body is yielding absolutely nothing. Arthur is highly tempted to just give up and look for a more unique weapon instead. He spots a pair of nunchucks on a shelf, picking them up and swinging them around with a loud shout. But as they clank together, he looks at them with a flat expression, realizing how stupid he looks. Sylvie chirps in agreement, watching him from the floor. Suddenly, a rustling sound catches Arthur's attention. He turns and sees Sylvie digging frantically beneath a heavy canvas sheet covering a pile of old boxes. He walks over, asking if she found something. Sylvie happily lets out a chirp as she drags out a dusty, long black rod that looks like a simple wooden stick. She sits right on top of it, looking incredibly proud of her discovery. Arthur kneels down, chuckling as he tells her that a stick isn't exactly the kind of weapon he was looking for. But as he reaches out and picks it up, his amusement instantly turns into pure shock. His eyes widen. The object is surprisingly heavy. He holds it up, realizing that the weight and balance are completely off for a simple wooden stick. It feels remarkably solid and perfectly balanced. It is almost as if this is a sword, Arthur mutters in disbelief. He grips the dark handle with one hand and the sheath with the other, trying to pull the blade free. A loud grinding noise echoes through the quiet vault, but the sword refuses to budge. It is completely stuck inside its sheath. Arthur pauses, wondering if he needs to imbue the weapon with mana in order to unlock it. He stands in a firm stance, focusing his energy as a dark, smoky aura of raw mana begins to hum and swirl around his body. He pulls with all his physical strength, but the sheath remains tightly sealed. Arthur continues to test his theory, channeling every single elemental affinity at his disposal. He even flares bright blue sparks of lightning magic, sending crackling currents down the dark sheath. But despite the massive surge of energy, the sword remains stubbornly shut.
Exhausted, Arthur collapses forward, panting heavily as he rests his hands on his knees. He realizes that if a specific elemental magic isn't what unlocks this weapon, then there must be another way. Suddenly, Arthur freezes. He stands up, looking down at his arm. He slowly pulls back his sleeve, staring at the white bandages wrapped around his arm. A realization hits him like a lightning bolt. No way! It can't be! He looks back down at the mysterious black rod lying on the floor. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. This time, he doesn't focus on his elemental mana. Instead, he reaches deep inside himself and calls upon the legendary power sleeping within him, Sylvia's dragon will. Arthur opens his eyes, which are now glowing with a bright, ethereal blue light, surrounded by the golden glowing marks of the dragon's acquire phase. He bends down and firmly grasps the handle. As the ancient draconic power flows from his hand and into the dark wood, a sharp, clean click echoes through the vault. The seal is broken, and the legendary blade is finally unlocked. Arthur pulls the sheathed rod apart with a firm tug. With a soft, mechanical click, the dark scabbard slides away to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful blade. It is unlike any weapon he has ever seen. The blade is entirely translucent, glowing with a soft, radiant teal light that looks like a fragment of a starry galaxy captured in crystal. Mesmerized, Arthur holds the glowing sword up to the light, gently swinging it through the air. Sylvie watches from the floor, her eyes wide with absolute wonder as the blue light dances across the room. Arthur stares into the crystalline metal, completely captivated by its otherworldly beauty. He thinks to himself that this weapon is almost too beautiful to even be considered a sword. But as he takes another step forward to practice his stance, Arthur suddenly loses his footing and stumbles. He grunts in frustration, catching himself before he falls. Despite its gorgeous appearance, the sword is incredibly heavy. In his current 9-year-old body, both the heavy blade and the solid scabbard are simply too dense and unwieldy for him to use in actual combat. Hoping to test its cutting edge, Arthur looks over at a row of wooden barrels stacked in the corner of the vault. Quietly whispering an apology to Mr. Helsty, Arthur lunges forward and delivers a rapid, powerful slash at one of the barrels. The blade strikes the wood with a sharp crack. It does not just cut the barrel, instead, the attack leaves a thin, perfectly sliced line that instantly begins to hiss, sending trails of white steam rising into the air. The cut is incredibly clean and razor sharp, but the physical weight of the sword still makes it far too difficult to swing properly. Arthur pulls the blade closer to examine it, searching for any clues about its origin. Near the hilt, he spots a row of elegant, strange runes carved into the translucent teal metal. Looking closely, he deciphers the tiny letters inscribed on the blade. Dawn's Ballad, WK4. As Arthur reads the name aloud, wondering what the letters could possibly mean, the sword suddenly reacts. A violent crackle of blue energy surges from the hilt, zapping his hand. Ouch! Arthur cries out, pulling his hand back as the sudden shock cuts into his palm, drawing blood. Sylvie chirps in a panic, quickly scrambling onto his shoulder to check on him. Arthur reassures her that he's okay, but he stares at the weapon in confusion, wondering why it would suddenly attack him. As he holds his injured hand, a few drops of his blood drip onto the dark hilt of the sword. To his utter amazement, the moment the blood touches the black scabbard, it is instantly absorbed into the wood with a faint hiss.
The dark wood drinks in the blood until no trace of it is left. Curious and slightly cautious, Arthur reaches down to pick the sword back up. The moment his fingers wrap around the hilt, his eyes widen in pure shock. The heavy, sluggish weight of the sword has completely vanished. The weapon now feels as light as a feather in his hand, perfectly balanced and effortless to hold. He takes a quick swing, and the blade glides through the air with unmatched speed. But the transformation does not stop there. As Arthur looks down, he realizes the handle and the length of the teal blade have actually shrunk, shortening just enough to perfectly accommodate his small, child-sized body. Arthur is left speechless. In his past life as a king, he had held some of the most priceless, legendary weapons in the world for decades. Yet, he has never felt a sword that matches his body and soul as perfectly as this one does right now. To test his new weapon, Arthur dashes forward, his movements turning into a blur. He swings the blade in a series of incredibly fast, dazzling arcs, effortlessly slicing another massive wooden barrel into two clean halves. The cut is so smooth that he barely feels any resistance at all. Satisfied, Arthur slides the glowing teal blade back into its black scabbard with a sharp click, and the brilliant blue light instantly fades away.
Arthur recalls his knowledge of magic items. He knows that in extremely rare cases, master artificers can craft magical staffs or wands that bind to a single user, allowing the weapon to calibrate its weight and perfectly channel the master's mana. But in all his years and in every book he has ever read, he has never heard of a sword possessing this legendary bonding ability. He looks down at the sheathed weapon, staring at the initials WK4, deeply intrigued by the identity of the mysterious creator who forged such a masterpiece. Before he can contemplate further, a loud voice echoes from the other side of the warehouse, calling out his name. It is his father, Reynolds, standing in the distance alongside Vincent and his assistant, Jameson. Reynolds waves, calling out that it's getting late and they need to head home. Realizing he cannot let them see this incredibly rare and priceless treasure, Arthur quickly schemes to hide it. He rushes over to a nearby weapon rack, grabs a cheap, slightly off-balance decoy sword, and quickly tucks the black rod of Dawn's Ballad into his belt behind his back. "1 minute!" Arthur calls out cheerfully, running back to join them.
Reynolds smiles, asking if he finally found a sword he liked. Arthur holds up the cheap decoy sword, nervously rubbing the back of his neck as he lies, saying it grew on him after taking a few practice swings. Vincent looks at the blade and nods, mentioning that the sword has been put up for auction in their smaller stalls a few times, but no one ever wanted to buy it. Reynolds takes the decoy sword and unsheaths it, performing a few quick test swings to judge its quality. He notes that the weight distribution is a bit off because the creator tried too hard to make it light, but he admits that for Arthur's current size, it should actually be a decent fit. He sheaths the blade and hands it back, making Arthur smile. But just as Arthur thinks his plan worked, Reynolds points toward his waist, asking, "What is that stick you got there?" Arthur's face instantly pales, a cold sweat running down his neck. He screams at himself internally to play it cool and act nonchalant. Putting on a bright, innocent smile, Arthur holds up the black rod, casually explaining that he simply tripped over it on his way out. He claims that since it felt so sturdy and heavy, he figured it would make a great practice tool for his training. Vincent takes the black rod, examining it with a puzzled look, admitting he does not remember seeing it in their inventory. He hands it to Jameson, asking if they have any records of such a cane. Jameson looks through his papers and snaps his fingers, remembering the object. He explains that one of their merchants acquired it from a rather eccentric old man who simply threw the stick at him, mumbling about how no one in this continent was worthy of it. Jameson adds that multiple inspectors checked the rod, but they all concluded it was just an unusually hard, sturdy cane, though they had briefly considered finding a high-tier artificer to examine it further.
Fearing they might actually inspect it and discover its true magical nature, Arthur decides to use his ultimate weapon, his childlike charm. He clasps his hands together, looking up at Vincent with adorable, wide, sparkling eyes. In a soft, polite voice, he apologizes, saying he is sorry if the stick is actually something valuable and that he just thought it would be nice to have.
Vincent's heart instantly melts at the sight of the adorable boy. He waves his hands dismissively, laughing heartily as he tells Arthur there is absolutely nothing to apologize for. He explains that the stick has only been gathering dust in the vault anyway, so Arthur is more than welcome to just take it for free. Arthur bows politely, thanking Uncle Vincent with a brilliant smile. Internally, Arthur celebrates his massive success, holding on to his new legendary weapon. Meanwhile, Vincent proudly turns to Reynolds, triumphantly nudging him in the chest and boasting about how Arthur just called him Uncle, while Arthur walks away happily, having successfully claimed the legendary Dawn's Ballad. A loud, joyous pop echoes through the warm air as colorful confetti rains down against the grand Helstia estate. "Happy birthday, Arthur!" a chorus of cheerful voices shouts in unison. Gathered on the lush green lawn is a massive crowd of loved ones. Reynolds stands proudly with baby Ellie perched happily on his shoulders, while Alice beams with a bright, proud smile. Vincent, Tabitha, and all 5 members of the legendary Twin Horns join in the cheering. Arthur bows his head with a polite, humble smile, quietly thanking everyone for putting up with him for another year. Beside him, Sylvie lets out a happy chirp, fully enjoying the festive mood. Alice steps forward, her eyes softening as she gazes at her son. She can hardly believe he is already 9 years old. Seeing his wife get sentimental, Reynolds looks on warmly, but Vincent steps in with a playful clap. He chuckles, telling Alice to save the emotional trip down memory lane until after they have finished their little celebration. With a wave of Vincent's hand, several servants push wooden carts into the garden. They are loaded with a mouth-watering feast. There are platters of tender, glistening meat drenched in a rich, savory sauce, delicate slices of fresh fish neatly arranged on vibrant green leaves, and skewers of perfectly grilled chicken. The delicious aroma of the food fills the courtyard, and Sylvie's eyes sparkle with absolute hunger as she lets out an excited squeal. Tabitha laughs, gesturing warmly toward the table. She tells everyone that this is a banquet, not a museum, urging them to dig in before the food gets cold. The garden quickly fills with laughter, clinking glasses, and the happy sounds of a family gathering. Framed memories of the day capture the pure joy of the moment. Little Ellie playfully stuffing a giant spoonful of food right into Adam's face, Durden happily devouring a massive piece of meat, and the adults sharing stories over glasses of wine. Even young Lilia joins in, showing off her wind magic to make the girls giggle. At the table, Adam leans over to Durden with a mischievous grin. "Your turn, Dirty," he teases, bringing up a hilarious memory of the time when Durden's pants caught on fire, forcing him to walk back to town covering his bare backside. Durden covers his face in complete embarrassment, while Helen sighs at Adam's antics. But before Adam can celebrate his joke, Jasmine cuts in with a calm, flat voice. She reminds Adam of the time a horned mole snuck up on him while he was relieving himself in a dungeon. She vividly describes how he got so terrified that he fell flat on his back, spraying water like a garden fountain. The entire table erupts into roaring laughter. Adam's face turns completely pale with shock. He stammers in horror, realizing that everyone he thought was asleep had actually witnessed his most embarrassing moment. Arthur watches the friendly bickering, a warm, peaceful smile on his face. Once the sun sets, the party moves inside to the cozy warmth of the living room, where a bright fire crackles in the fireplace. Reynolds steps forward, smiling.
Now that dinner is over and Adam has been thoroughly teased, he announces it is time for presents.
Alice and Reynolds hand Arthur a small, neatly wrapped box. Little Ellie jumps up and down, proudly shouting that the gift is from her, too. Arthur sits on the sofa and invites his little sister to open it with him. As the lid pops off, Arthur gasps. Inside is a sleek, black, fingerless leather glove fitted with a shiny metal wrist guard. 3 pale green gems are embedded perfectly across the knuckles. Alice explains that the leather came from a spiked beast his father hunted and skinned himself. She then tells him that she imbued a minor, single-use healing spell into each of the 3 green gems. While they are simple spells, she wanted him to have some extra protection when he goes out on dangerous missions. Arthur slides the glove onto his hand. It fits beautifully, the cool leather hugging his skin. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he wraps his arms tightly around his parents, whispering how much he loves it. Next up, Vincent steps forward, clearing his throat dramatically. He drops to one knee with a theatrical flourish, holding out a small velvet box containing 2 matching rings. Arthur sweat drops, completely bewildered by his uncle's dramatic presentation, until Tabitha swiftly slaps Vincent on the back of his head, telling him to stop teasing the boy. Rubbing his head with a whine, Vincent complains that no one appreciates good showmanship. He then explains the true purpose of the rings. He hands one small ruby ring to Arthur and a matching one to Alice. Tabitha explains that the rings are connected. As long as Arthur wears his ring, the gem on Alice's ring will glow brightly if Arthur's mana levels ever drop to a dangerously low point. Before Tabitha can even finish her sentence, Alice bursts into tears of relief and throws her arms around her in a tight hug, deeply touched by the incredibly thoughtful gift.
Arthur looks down at the small ring in his palm, feeling a mixture of emotions. He realizes the ring is a double-edged sword. While it might give his mother some peace of mind, it could also keep her constantly stressed, living in fear of the day the gem finally lights up. Helen then steps up to present the twin horns gift. She admits it was hard to figure out what to get him, especially since Arthur is already so incredibly strong, but they decided to focus on his family's peace of mind as well. Durden hands Arthur a pair of tightly rolled scrolls tied with a red ribbon. Helen explains that these are highly valuable sound transmission scrolls. Adam tries to chime in, boasting about how unbelievably expensive they were, but Jasmine quickly shuts him down with a swift, powerful kick to his backside, sending him yelping in pain. Jasmine calmly continues the explanation. The scrolls allow for a single, one-time vocal message. Arthur can infuse his mana into a scroll to send a voice message directly to his mother. Alice can then reply once, after which both scrolls will dissolve into harmless ash. As Adam mutters in pain about Jasmine's lack of respect for his showmanship, Reynolds wraps a supportive arm around his son's shoulder. He looks down at him, asking if he is excited for tomorrow, the big day he finally sets off on his journey. The mood in the room turns quiet and tender. Alice pulls Arthur into a tight, emotional embrace. Tears stream down her cheeks as she begs him to promise her that he will stay safe. She tells him that his adventurer rank and the wealth he earns do not matter to her at all. All she wants is for her son to come back to them safely. She gently kisses his forehead, her heart heavy with the pain of letting him go. Arthur smiles warmly, hugging her back. He reassures his parents that he will be careful, promising to return home every single chance he gets. As the night winds down, the carriage arrives to take the twin horns home. Arthur's family stands in the lit doorway of the estate, waving goodbye. As the carriage begins to pull away, Jasmine pauses. She looks back through the carriage window, raising her hand to wave with a surprisingly soft, gentle expression on her face. Arthur and Sylvie wave back, watching them disappear into the starry night. Later, Arthur lies quietly in his bed, staring up at the dark ceiling. Next to him,
Sylvie is fast asleep, snoring softly. Arthur reflects on his life. In his past life as King Grey, he was surrounded by power and luxury, but his heart was always cold and empty. Now, as he drifts off to sleep, he realizes the beautiful truth. He has a real family now. He has people who truly love him, and it is a feeling he never wants to lose. He knows he will treasure this warmth and fight with everything he has to protect it. To do that, he must become stronger, much stronger than he ever was, even when he was a king. In the quiet of the morning, Arthur's room is filled with the soft light of a new day. But instead of a peaceful awakening, a playful struggle is already underway in the bathroom. Arthur pulls a crying, resisting Sylvie toward the wooden tub. He asks her with a sigh if she shouldn't be used to bath time by now. But the little creature is having none of it. With a bright flash of light, Sylvie activates her mana to resist his grip. Surprised and slightly amused, Arthur realizes she is using magic to get out of a bath. He channels his own mana to counter her, grabbing her securely as she lets out an outraged squeal. After a chaotic splash of water and a lot of grumbling, Sylvie finally sits in the tub, completely soaked and looking incredibly grumpy. Arthur sticks his tongue out at her playfully, only to be hit by a giant splash of water as Sylvie dives back into the tub out of spite. Soon, Arthur is dressed and ready to face his new life. He wears a dark traveling coat, a light shirt, black trousers, his newly gifted fingerless glove, and a leather pack slung over his shoulders. Sylvie perches quietly on his shoulder as they walk down the grand staircase of the Helstia Manor. Waiting at the bottom of the stairs are Reynolds, Alice, and little Ellie. Reynolds looks at his son, his eyes filled with pride. He kneels down, placing his hands on Arthur's shoulders. He tells him that he already looks like a top-rank adventurer, but warns him not to get arrogant. He reminds him to always know his limits and to trust Jasmine if things ever get too dangerous. Arthur nods, promising his father he will. Suddenly, Ellie cries out, running forward to grab Arthur's sleeve. Her young face is covered in tears as she begs him and Sylvie not to go. Alice and Reynolds watch with heavy hearts as Ellie pleads for her brother to stay. Alice tries to comfort her, gently explaining that Arthur will be back before she knows it, but Ellie refuses to let go. Arthur kneels down to his sister's eye level, holding her small hands in his. He speaks to her softly, telling her that since she is a big girl now, he has an incredibly important job for her. He asks if she can protect their mother and father while he's away. Ellie's eyes go wide. She lunges forward, throwing her arms around Arthur's neck in a tight hug. She proudly tells him she has been practicing her magic, gathering little lights together, and promises she will keep them safe. Arthur hugs her back, feeling a twinge of guilt. He knows he has missed so much of his sister's life already, but he silently reminds himself that this journey is the only way to grow strong enough to protect them all. Arthur stands up and shares a final tight embrace with his mother. Alice wipes away her tears and tells him to be safe, reminding him to keep his ruby ring on. With a bright, reassuring smile, Arthur waves goodbye. He grabs the heavy brass handles of the mansion's double doors and looks back one last time. Reynolds calls out, telling his son they will always be rooting for him. Arthur turns, steps outside, and the grand doors click shut behind him. Out on the sunny street, a carriage is waiting. Standing beside it is Jasmine, dressed in her sleek, dark adventurer gear. She looks at him calmly and asks if he is ready. Instead of answering right away, Arthur reaches into his pack and pulls out a smooth white mask with a single blue stripe running down the left eye. He slides the mask over his face, hiding his young features from the world. With his new identity in place, he simply replies, "Let's go." Their destination is the massive Xyrus Adventurers Guild Hall. When they step inside, they are met with a bustling, high-ceilinged room filled with the echoes of loud chatter. Adventurers of all kinds crowd the hall, reviewing bulletin boards and talking about active quests. As they walk through the crowd, Sylvie lets out a strange sneeze. Jasmine turns to look at the beast resting on Arthur's shoulder, noting that his bond looks quite different today. Arthur explains that he recently discovered Sylvie can alter her form slightly. Right now, she's hidden her wings and horns, making her look like a harmless, ordinary black lizard to avoid drawing unwanted attention. They approach the main reception counter, where a polite receptionist greets them warmly. Before Arthur can even speak, Jasmine steps forward and taps a document onto the counter, announcing that she is sponsoring Arthur for a rank examination. Hearing the name of her sponsor, the receptionist's eyes go wide with surprise. She quickly bypasses the long queue, telling them that a sponsored applicant gets to go straight to the front. She leads them past two heavily armored guards and down a quiet hallway. The receptionist knocks on a large wooden door, and a voice from inside bids them enter. Inside the elegant office sits a sophisticated man with long, dark hair, spectacles, and a light-colored coat. The receptionist announces that the A-class adventurer, Jasmine Flamesworth, has brought a gentleman to be taken in for a rank examination.
The man dismisses the receptionist and stands up, greeting Jasmine warmly. He asks how she has been, mentioning that he recently met with her father. Hearing this, Jasmine's hand clenches tightly into a fist, a subtle hint of tension filling the room. The man then turns to Arthur, introducing himself as Caspian Bladeheart, the leader of this guild branch. Caspian explains that normally an applicant must fill out paperwork, undergo a manicure inspection, and pass several practical tests. However, because Jasmine is his sponsor, he's willing to waive all those preliminary steps. Behind his white mask, Arthur is surprised just how powerful and influential Jasmine's family, the Flamesworths, truly are. Caspian eyes the twin blades sheathed at Arthur's waist. He notes that judging by his weapons, Arthur must be a physical fighter or a magic augmenter. He adds that while names are not required to register as an adventurer, he expects great things from someone sponsored by Jasmine. Jasmine turns to Arthur, her voice calm, as she signals that it is time to begin. "Let's go," she says as they prepare for the trial ahead.
As Note and Jasmine walk deeper into the halls of the Adventurers Guild, Note cannot help but think about Jasmine's family. The Flamesworth name is spoken with incredible respect in this world, indicating she comes from an important and noble house. Yet, Note recalls how upset she became the last time her father was mentioned. He wonders if this complicated family history is the real reason she wanted to accompany him today. Before he can dwell on it further, their guide stops in front of a pair of massive wooden doors. She politely informs them that the path ahead leads straight to the underground level where the adventurer examinations are held. She instructs them to head up the stairs, find a seat, and wait patiently until their names are called.
Stepping through the doors, Note, Jasmine, and Note's small black beast companion, Sylvie, find themselves looking down at a massive stone arena. The testing is already in full swing. Down on the dusty arena floor, a battle is taking place. A bald man wearing a yellow and red outfit is swinging a flaming polearm wildly. He leaps high into the air, shouting the name of his ultimate move, Hell Smash! Watching from the stands, Note is amused. He wonders why on earth someone would announce their attack to their opponent before hitting them. In this world, while conjurers chant spells to focus their magical intent, many augmenters similarly choose to vocalize their moves. But to an experienced fighter like Note, it just seems like giving away your strategy. Sure enough, the examiner, a calm knight clad in silver armor, easily sidesteps the leap. With a swift, effortless block, the examiner counterattacks, sending the bald challenger flying backward into the dirt. The examiner walks over and delivers some harsh feedback. He tells the bald man that even grandmothers can swing their walking canes better than he can flail his polearm. He explains that the man relies too much on raw physical strength instead of proper mana reinforcement, which completely ruins his balance. To make matters worse, his attacks are incredibly easy to read. Even though the man is 35 years old, he has only managed to reach the dark orange monocore stage. The defeated challenger bursts into tears. He sobs, crying out that he followed his training perfectly, doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every single day. The Silver Knight can only pinch the bridge of his nose in sheer disbelief. He tells the crying man that normally his poor coordination would land him in the lowest E class. However, because he has a fire affinity, he will give him a pass. With a quick slap, the examiner sticks a piece of paper labeled D right onto the crying man's forehead. D class, congratulations. As the disappointed man walks away, the announcer calls for the next applicant, Diane Whitehall. Diane is an 18-year-old water conjurer at the solid orange stage. Eager to prove herself, she runs down the wooden steps leading to the arena floor, but her excitement gets the better of her. She trips on her own robe, tumbling head over heels and crashing face first into the dirt. The clumsy fall briefly reveals her plain undergarments, causing several spectators in the crowd to laugh and mock her. Up in the stands, a handsome, pale-haired boy holding a red-gemmed staff scoffs. He mutters that her terrible coordination alone should disqualify her and put her in E class, complaining that she's wasting everyone's time. Note glances over at the arrogant boy and immediately senses a massive, intense pressure coming from him. Note realizes right away that despite his bad attitude, this boy is incredibly strong. Down in the arena, Diane faces her examiner, a powerful female mage wearing a classic wide-brimmed witch hat. The examiner reminds Diane that because conjurers can't reinforce their bodies with mana as easily as augmenters do, they must always prioritize setting up a strong defense at the start of a battle. Diane nods, grips her wand, and chants a defensive spell. Instantly, a swirling protective sphere of water wraps around her. But the examiner is fast. She instantly counters by casting a sandstorm spell. Swirling clouds of dirt and dust wrap around Diane's water shield, completely blocking her vision. Trapped inside the muddy darkness of her own defense, Diane realizes she is blind. She has no choice but to disperse the water dome, shouting, "Release!" to blow away the fog. The moment the air clears, Diane goes on the offensive. She quickly chains her magic, summoning a massive, spiraling column of water. With a shout, she blasts the giant stream of water directly at the examiner's position. The spell is incredibly powerful, tearing up the ground and leaving a massive crater where the examiner was standing. For a second, it looks like Diane might have won. But as the mist clears, the examiner is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the witch examiner appears directly behind Diane. With a gentle bonk, she taps Diane on the head with her staff. The examiner smiles and praises Diane. She commends her excellent mana control and well-practiced spell chaining. However, she points out that Diane became overconfident and failed to prepare a backup defense once she transitioned to attacking. Despite the mistake, the examiner awards her C class. Note watches from the stands, thinking that achieving C class at her young age is a remarkable accomplishment that Diane should be very proud of. But before the crowd can finish clapping, the announcer's voice echoes through the stadium. He calls for the next examinee, Elijah Knight. The announcer suddenly hesitates, pausing mid-sentence. An assistant quickly runs up and hands a document to the silver-armored examiner. The examiner reviews the paper, looks up at the stands, and makes a shocking announcement.
He declares that he has been officially informed of Elijah's special status. Therefore, Elijah Knight does not need to take the physical test at all. He is immediately awarded the rank of a B-class adventurer. The arena erupts into absolute chaos. Spectators and fighters alike leap to their feet, shouting in disbelief.
How could anyone receive a B-class rank, which usually requires years of dangerous, life-threatening missions, without even lifting a finger in the testing arena? Note is completely stunned. He looks down at the stands, trying to find this mysterious Elijah. To his amazement, a familiar black-haired boy wearing round glasses quietly stands up. He turns back toward Note, giving him a calm, reassuring nod before walking down to claim his rank. Note can only stare in disbelief, realizing that his quiet new friend is far more mysterious and powerful than he ever imagined.
Following the clumsiness of the previous challenging, the next examinee is called down to the arena floor. The handsome, arrogant, and pale-haired boy holding a red-gemmed staff steps forward. His name is Lucas Wykes. He looks down at his examiner, the powerful female mage wearing a wide-brimmed witch hat named Emily. Lucas behaves as though this entire process is beneath him, but Emily remains completely calm. She looks at him coolly and tells him that they should begin. Without wasting a single second, Lucas unleashes his magic. With a massive whoosh, brilliant orange flames erupt all around him. He leaps high into the air, spinning his staff as rings of fire circle around his body. He slams his staff downward, causing a violent explosion of fire on the arena floor.
Lucas commands his magic to rise, summoning his ultimate protector. The swirling flames combine to form a massive, terrifying creature of pure fire known as a Flame Guardian. The giant fiery elemental stands tall behind Lucas, ready to burn anything in its path. Up in the stands, one of the guild members notes that Lucas has summoned a decent-sized and stable Flame Guardian, proving he is a special talent. Nearby, the silver-armored Knight Examiner, George, nods in agreement, stating that such impressive power is exactly what everyone expects from a member of the prestigious Wykes family. Down on the battlefield, the massive Flame Guardian opens its jaws and lets out a deafening roar, launching a thick, intense beam of fire directly at Emily. The heat is immense, but Emily is far from helpless. She acknowledges that Lucas is not just full of hot air, admitting that his power is indeed worthy of the Wykes family name. However, she adds that his blatant disrespect proves he still needs to learn some humility. With a loud click of her staff against the ground, Emily activates her earth magic. Huge, pointed slabs of solid rock erupt from the dirt, instantly wrapping around the Flame Guardian. With a loud crash, the stone pillars lock together to form a massive, sealed pyramid called an Earth Tomb. Watching from the stands, Note observes the battle closely. He silently praises Emily's quick thinking. He knows that by trapping the Flame Guardian inside a sealed stone tomb, the fire will naturally extinguish itself once it quickly consumes the limited oxygen trapped inside. But down on the field, Lucas simply smiles. He looks at Emily and tells her that she is far too late. Lucas spreads his hands and yells out his next spell, Expulsion. In an instant, the massive stone tomb violently explodes from the inside out. Shards of rock and beams of fire shoot in every direction, raining down on the battlefield. Emily quickly spins her staff, creating a defensive barrier of wind and earth to shield herself from the flying debris. She grits her teeth, muttering that Lucas is nothing but a reckless brat. The explosion blows Lucas backward, sending him crashing onto the dirt floor with a heavy thud. George steps onto the arena floor to bring the test to a close. He tells Lucas that his raw mana pool and ability to learn high-tier fire spells speak volumes about his incredible potential. But before George can finish his sentence, Lucas angrily cuts him off. Lucas yells that the test is not over yet. Furious that his test was halted, Lucas ignores the regulations, charges at Emily from behind her back, and swings his staff to attack her. George reacts instantly. He steps in, drawing his sword, and blocks Lucas's staff with a sharp metallic clank. Lucas is stunned to find his surprise attack completely stopped. George looks at him sternly, telling Lucas that he is the one who broke the rules by launching an attack
after the examination had officially ended. Lucas points an angry finger at Emily, screaming that she is a washed-up witch who got in his way. He claims she only ended the test because she was afraid, insisting that he had the entire situation under perfect control. George sighs, ignoring the boy's temper tantrum. He looks at the guild assistant and tells her to go ahead and announce Lucas's result. The assistant steps forward, calmly explaining that while Lucas possesses excellent mana control and raw power, his lack of experience and complete lack of composure are major faults. However, taking his high-tier magic into account, she awards him the rank of a B-class adventurer. Lucas is absolutely furious. He expected to easily receive an A-class rank. He turns and stomps up the arena stairs, dragging his staff behind him. When a few nearby spectators try to congratulate him on getting B-class, Lucas turns on them, screaming at them not to compare themselves to him, calling them blundering apes. He mutters that B-class was a given, grumbling that he cannot wait until his influential father hears about how he was treated. Up in the stands, Jasmine turns to Arthur, who is still disguised as the masked adventurer, Note. She quietly wishes him luck, and Sylvie happily cheers to cheer him on. Arthur stands up and slowly walks down the wooden steps toward the arena floor. As he walks, he carefully plans his strategy. He knows that his next opponent, George, is an experienced warrior with years of training. George's movements are sharp and explosive, but Arthur's trained eyes can already spot several gaps in the knight's defense. Reaching the arena floor, Note stands before George and bows politely. George looks at him, holding his clipboard, and tells him to hurry up because they do not have all day. He notes that Arthur is testing under special conditions, as the guild has absolutely no background information on him. George draws his sword, getting ready to see what the masked kid is made of. But before George can even take a step, the entire Colosseum is suddenly filled with an incredibly heavy, dark purple pressure. George's eyes widen in sheer terror as a suffocating, terrifying aura washes over him. A cold sweat breaks out across his face and his jaw drops in disbelief. He is completely paralyzed, unable to understand where this sudden, monstrous pressure is coming from. He looks at Note, who is standing completely still, his single blue eye glowing coldly from behind his mask. Suddenly, a calm, commanding voice cuts through the tense silence, saying, "Enough." Caspian Bladeheart steps onto the field, accompanied by his assistant. He looks at the sweating knight and instructs George to stand down. Caspian declares that he will be the one personally testing this particular candidate. George is completely shocked. He stammers, asking if Caspian is truly going to examine Note himself. He asks why a legendary AA-class adventurer of Caspian's caliber would lower himself to test a mysterious, unknown candidate. George nervously adds that if his own hesitation was the issue, he was simply trying to decide how much strength to use against the boy. Caspian places a reassuring hand on George's shoulder. He calmly explains that he is not questioning George's strength. He simply feels obligated to test this candidate himself because he shares incredibly deep ties with Note's sponsor. Caspian smiles warmly, looking over at Note, and asks if that will be a problem. Note stands ready, and the stage is set for a legendary battle. Note stands on the sandy arena floor, facing his final examiner. The man standing before him is Caspian Bladeheart. Caspian is not only the powerful leader in charge of the largest guild halls in Sapine, but he is also a highly respected AA-class adventurer. Note watches him closely, immediately noticing that Caspian has no obvious openings. The heavy, suffocating pressure of his bloodlust fills the air, making it clear that Caspian has no intention of making this an easy test. Instead of being terrified, Note grips the hilt of his sword. He feels a sudden grin forming beneath his mask, wondering why he's feeling so incredibly excited. With a soft metallic ring,
Caspian draws his elegant gold-hilted rapier. In an instant, the battle begins. Caspian lunges forward with unbelievable speed. The attack is a blur, but Note reacts just in time, bringing his sword up to block. Metal clashes against metal with a loud clang, sending bright sparks flying into the air. Note's eyes widen as he realizes just how fast Caspian truly is. Before he can even recover his stance, Caspian unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes. With a swift movement, Caspian sweeps Note off his feet, sending the young boy crashing onto the dirt floor. Note rolls backward, quickly pushing himself up to dodge the next strike. He launches a counterattack, swinging his blade with all his might, but his sword cuts through nothing but empty air. Caspian moves like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing in different spots with effortless agility. A sudden sharp sting on Note's cheek tells him he was too slow. A small scratch opens up under his mask, drawing a thin line of blood. Before Note can adjust, Caspian suddenly appears right beside him and delivers a powerful shoulder bump. The force of the impact sends Note tumbling backward. Note manages to land on his feet, his boots sliding and digging deep grooves into the sandy ground to stop his momentum. Note takes a deep breath, feeling his muscles ache. He is forced to confront his biggest disadvantages in this fight. He is trapped in a young, undeveloped body. He is over a foot shorter than he was during his prime as a master sword fighter in his past life. Even though his current body is much tougher than a normal child's due to his assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, it is still far weaker than a veteran fighter like Caspian, whose body is heavily reinforced with dense mana. His hands tremble slightly as he grips his sword. He mutters to himself, frustrated that despite all his intense training, his mind is still not fully accustomed to this small, limited body. Down across the arena, Caspian raises his rapier. A vibrant, glowing green light begins to swirl around his blade as he channels his wind magic. Caspian looks at Note and apologizes for underestimating him, declaring that he will now take this fight a bit more seriously. In that split second, Note's survival instincts kick in. His body screams at him to move. Caspian swings his rapier, launching a rapid succession of sharp, glowing wind bullets. The green blades of air tear through the battlefield at blinding speeds. They're nearly impossible to see with the naked eye, but Note's battle-trained mind instantly reads their trajectories. Note leaps high into the air, twisting and flipping his body to dodge the deadly projectiles. He uses his sword to parry the wind blades that get too close, the impacts ringing out with sharp clangs. Note knows that he cannot win a long-range battle against a master wind mage. He realizes he must close the distance immediately if he wants even a slight fighting chance. Note charges forward, putting everything into his final dash. As he enters Caspian's range, Note channels his own mana. Instantly, brilliant orange flames erupt along his blade, turning his sword into a weapon of pure fire. Up in the spectator stands, the crowd gasps. The witch conjurer and the silver-armored examiner stare down in absolute shock, sweat dripping down their faces. Even Jasmine, who usually remains completely quiet and calm, watches with intense focus. On her shoulder, Note's tiny black beast Sylvie happily chirps, cheering for her companion. Back on the arena floor, Note swings his flaming sword down with incredible force. Caspian quickly brings his wind-wrapped rapier up to block the strike. The fiery orange blade clashes violently against the emerald green wind magic. Caspian is genuinely surprised, realizing for the first time that this masked boy is actually a fire mage. He struggles to hold his ground as Note presses the flaming sword down, his blue eye glaring intently through his mask. The two weapons grind against each other, creating a wild storm of fire and wind that tears up the dirt around them. Inside Caspian's mind, a wave of confusion and panic sets in.
He knows the outcome of this fight should be incredibly obvious. He is an elite double A-class adventurer, highly skilled in executing powerful long-range spells that most augmenters could only dream of. Yet as he looks at the young, masked boy pushing him to his absolute limits, Caspian feels a cold sweat running down his neck. His hands shake slightly under the immense pressure. He cannot help but ask himself one terrifying question. Why is he feeling so incredibly nervous? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Caspian snaps. He yells out in anger, warning Note not to get cocky. With a sudden, violent surge of mana, Caspian swings his wind-infused rapier. The massive, swirling gale of green wind magic explodes outward, forcefully shattering Note's fiery strike and pushing him backward. Note is thrown high into the air, his balance completely broken.
Up in the spectator stands, Jasmine leaps to her feet, screaming Note's name in sheer panic. Beside her, Note's tiny black beast companion, Sylvie, lets out a worried cry. Caspian does not give his opponent any time to breathe. Seizing the opening, he instantly gathers wind magic around his rapier once again. Note is still tumbling through the air, struggling to regain his footing, when Caspian launches a relentless barrage of attacks. Note realizes with shock that the veteran knight has completely lost his composure and is attacking with lethal intent. To survive the incoming strike, Note quickly executes a clever fire spell called Piston Stamp. A rapid succession of fiery explosions erupts right beneath his foot in midair, generating a powerful blast of propulsion. The sudden burst of energy forcefully propels Note forward, allowing him to quickly dodge Caspian's wind blades.
Note lands back on the ground, crouched low in a defensive stance. He realizes that Caspian is going to keep pushing him harder and harder, forcing him to show more of his hidden cards. With a quiet sigh of resignation, Note decides that he has no other choice. Note reflects on the secrets of lightning magic. In this world, there are two distinct schools of lightning magic, external and internal. While most standard magic books claim that internal lightning magic is far too difficult for mages to master for such a small increase in power, Note strongly disagrees. He focuses his mind, circulating the lightning attribute mana directly through his body, imbuing his nerves and muscles with pure electrical energy. This is a high-tier spell called Thunderclap Impulse. By running electrical currents directly through his neural pathways, Note can quicken his reflexes and reaction times several times over. As the lightning crackles wildly around his legs and body, Note thinks to himself that with this enhanced speed and reflexes, he should be able to dodge anything Caspian throws at him, or at least he hopes so. Down across the field, Caspian unleashes a massive vortex of wind bullets and slashes, shouting, "Release!" The lethal blades of green wind tear through the arena, fast and near invisible. But to Note, whose senses are now heightened fourfold by Thunderclap Impulse, the world seems to move in slow motion. He weaves through the deadly gale of wind bullets with effortless grace, dodging every single strike with milliseconds to spare. Note closes the distance in a flash, moving far too fast for Caspian to track. In midair, Note uses Caspian's own sword as a stepping stone, dodging a final wind strike before extending his hand. With a swift, precise grab, Note tightly clutches the golden hilt of Caspian's rapier, completely locking the knight's wrist. In a near-instant succession, Note combines his insane speed with his fire magic. He spins around, bringing his own fiery sword directly to Caspian's throat, while keeping his other hand locked firmly on Caspian's wrist. The battlefield suddenly falls completely silent. The wild storm of fire and wind dissolves into thin air, leaving only Note's fiery blade hovering a mere inch away from Caspian's neck. Caspian is frozen solid, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he pants heavily in disbelief. The young, masked boy has completely outmaneuvered him, securing an absolute victory. For a long moment, Caspian simply stares at Note's glowing blue eye behind the mask. Finally, he drops his sword arm and lets out a long breath of relief. He politely apologizes, admitting that he got a bit carried away trying to test Note's absolute limits. Note calmly nods, withdrawing his sword and sliding it back into its sheath. Caspian wipes the sweat from his forehead, trying to recover his composure. He looks at Note and notes that since the boy so stubbornly withheld his full abilities until the very end of the fight, he can only assume that Note actually wishes to be placed at a lower rank. Note nervously scratches the back of his mask, silently realizing that the sharp-witted guildmaster had easily seen right through his plan. With a calm smile, Caspian turns to the crowd and makes the official announcement. He declares that the examinee, Note, is officially awarded the rank of a B-class adventurer. The spectator stands immediately erupt into absolute chaos. The lower-ranked adventurers leap to their feet, shouting in sheer disbelief. They mutter to each other, asking if they really just witnessed a masked kid go toe-to-toe with an AA-class legend. They call Note an absolute monster, completely stunned by the sheer level of power they just saw. Up in the stands, Elijah looks on with a proud, knowing smile. But right beside him, Lucas Wykes is seething with jealousy and rage. His face is twisted in a dark, hateful scowl, his teeth grinding together as he stares down at Note, completely humiliated that a masked peasant has easily stolen all of his spotlight. Caspian turns and quietly walks out of the arena, his test finally complete. Note follows closely behind, sheathing his sword, ready to claim his brand new B-class adventurer plate, leaving the stunned crowd whispering in his wake.
George holds up his hand, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. His voice echoes through the stadium as he announces that the final adventurer examination of the day is officially over. He instructs the remaining crowd to head to the front desk to receive their new adventurer cards, dismissing everyone. Note watches quietly from the sandy arena floor as Caspian, George, Emily, and the rest of the guild staff turn and walk away. He then sheathes his sword and exits the arena himself. Up in Caspian's private office, a heavy sigh escapes the AA-class adventurer's lips. Caspian leans back in his plush golden chair, trying to relax after a stressful day. But his peace does not last long. Suddenly, the heavy doors of his office are slammed open with a loud bang.
George and Emily barge into the room, looking completely flabbergasted. George demands an explanation, shouting that the number of B-class candidates they had today was more than they had seen in the last 4 months combined. He points out that what makes this even more shocking is that all 3 of these newly ranked adventurers are just children. He adds that reaching the light orange mana stage at only 11 years old is almost completely unheard of among humans. Caspian remains entirely calm. He does not even look up as he instructs George to close the door behind him on his way in. George's angry demeanor quickly vanishes, and he sheepishly closes the door with a quiet, careful click. Caspian sits at his desk, folding his gloved hands together. He asks them both if they happen to remember what occurred half a year ago in Xyrus. Emily thinks for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she recalls that it was when the first historic tournament between the 3 races of the continent took place. Caspian nods, explaining that while most of the Adventurers Guild employees have not been officially informed yet, he was personally notified several weeks ago that the long-standing ban on elves and dwarves becoming licensed adventurers under Sapin has finally been lifted. Caspian reaches down, opens a desk drawer, and pulls out a thick brown leather folder labeled Caspian Notes. He explains that today's batch of candidates actually included some of the representative mages sent to Xyrus under this new regulation. George's jaw drops. He asks if Caspian is implying that all 3 of the children they tested today were actually elves or dwarves.
Caspian opens his notebook and points to his notes, beginning his explanation with Lucas Wykes. He explains that Lucas is a half-elf, currently residing in Sapin. While the information regarding his birth is highly classified, Caspian guesses that the boy was most likely born to an elf slave. He reveals a dark secret about the Wykes family, stating that they have always had a notorious reputation for dabbling in cruel breeding methods to create stronger mages for their noble house. He adds that Lucas is a highly unusual case because elves typically possess wind or water affinities, yet Lucas is exceptionally skilled in fire magic. Lucas awakened his magic at the extremely early age of 8, which is incredibly rare even by elven standards. He was forced to become an adventurer to build combat experience through real life-or-death battles, as his family had hit a hard limit on how much they could boost his mana core using expensive beast cores and elixirs. Lucas then flips the page, moving on to the next candidate, Elijah Knight.
He explains that Elijah is a complete mystery. According to the Guild's files, his true family origins are entirely unknown, but he was raised by dwarves from a very young age. He was sent to Sapin as one of the first official representatives from the Kingdom of Darv to help integrate their people into the human kingdom. Emily raises her hand, asking why such a mysterious child was automatically placed into B class without having to take a single physical test. Caspian sighs, explaining that Elijah only awakened his magic a few months ago and is currently only at the dark red core stage. However, his incredible earth manipulation abilities were personally vouched for by an incredibly powerful, influential sponsor whose word cannot be refuted by the guild. Caspian touches his chin, admitting that he is highly curious to see what the boy's actual abilities are as well.
Then, Caspian's mind drifts to the final, most baffling candidate of the day, the masked augmenter named Note. George gulps nervously, a bead of sweat running down his neck as he recalls the terrifying, suffocating pressure Note released in the arena. Caspian points to a sketch of Note's mask, his sword, and a small flame in his notebook. He confesses that he has absolutely no idea who Note really is. He is certain that Note does not represent any noble family of the elves or dwarves. He admits that he only stepped in to personally test him because he was highly curious to see what kind of fighter Jasmine Flamesworth would be willing to sponsor. George and Emily gasp in absolute shock, whispering the name in disbelief. Emily asks if Caspian is referring to House Flamesworth, the legendary noble family, famous for birthing and raising the kingdom's most powerful fire mages. George finally understands, muttering that Note's elite skill with fire magic makes perfect sense now. Caspian closes his notebook, sliding it back into his drawer. He warns them that while all of this information will soon become public knowledge, they must keep it strictly confidential until the official announcement is made. George and Emily stand tall, bowing respectfully, before exiting his office.
Meanwhile, far away from the busy city of Xyrus, deep within the lush, ancient forests of Eleanor, a beautiful elf girl stands on a marble balcony. Her name is Tessia Aerolith, and she has long, silver-white hair and striking green eyes. She leans against the balcony railing, looking out over a breathtaking waterfall as a glowing, white-winged mana beast flies gracefully through the canopy. Tessia holds a smooth blue crystal scrying orb in her hands, using it to watch the boy she misses so dearly, Arthur Leywin. The orb displays a memory of Arthur's warm, smiling face alongside his small black beast companion, Sylvie, and shows him laughing happily with his family in Sapin. Tessia has mixed feelings as she watches him. She tells herself that she should be happy that he is finally reunited and enjoying his time with his family, but she cannot help but feel a sharp pang of jealousy. Frustrated, she stomps her foot hard against the balcony, leaving a small crack in the solid stone floor. Her face turns completely red as her orb displays a memory of Lilia Helstia. In the vision, Arthur is acting incredibly nice to Lilia, gently holding her hand. Tessia clenches her fists in anger, pouting furiously as she mutters to herself, wondering who that girl is and why Arthur is acting so friendly toward her. Tessia huffs, calling Lilia cunning, and loudly declares to her empty room that Arthur was her friend first. She turns and storms into her bedroom, diving headfirst into a massive pile of soft pillows on her bed with a loud poof. She buries her face, feeling a wave of regret. She whispers that maybe she should have treated him a little nicer while he was still living with her in the Elf Kingdom. But she quickly rolls over, pouting angrily as she blames Arthur instead, grumbling that it is his fault for always treating her like a little kid.
She holds up the glowing crystal ball, staring at Arthur's laughing face, and calls him a dummy. Suddenly, her bedroom doors are slammed open with a loud bang. Her grandfather, Virian Aerolith, stands in the doorway with his arms wide open, enthusiastically shouting that he has great news for his granddaughter. Tessia is startled out of her wits, screaming in shock and dropping her orb onto the bed. Virian looks at her, immediately noticing the glowing crystal ball, and chuckles, noting that she is using that orb to watch Arthur again. But before he can even finish his sentence, Tessia grabs a soft pillow and hurls it with all her might, hitting her grandfather square in the face with a loud whack to shut him up. Following the conclusion of the examinations, the silver-armored knight George waves his gloved hand and dismisses the crowd. He loudly announces that the testing is complete for the day and instructs everyone to head to the front desk to collect their adventurer cards. Note sheathes his sword and walks up the stone stairs alongside Jasmine, leaving the arena behind. A short while later, Note sits on a bench in the guild lobby, resting after his intense duel. Jasmine stands beside him, looking down with a rare expression of concern, and asks if he is doing okay. Note looks up, his small black beast companion Sylvie resting comfortably on his head, and reassures her that he is fine. In fact, he admits that he actually found the fight to be quite fun. Note looks at his hands, thinking about the clash, before asking Jasmine if she and Caspian are close.
Jasmine looks away, her expression turning serious as she thinks of her family. She quietly explains that her father has incredibly deep connections within the Adventurers Guild, and Caspian happens to be one of those connections. Before they can speak any further on the matter, Jasmine gently urges him to get moving. Sylvie mimics her, chirping out an adorable command to get Note going, which brings a small smile to the boy's face behind his mask. Heading over to the reception desk, the polite female receptionist greets them with a warm smile, thanking Note for his patience. She explains that she has already been officially notified of the results of his mock duel with Caspian. She speaks on behalf of the Adventurers Guild across the entire kingdom of Sapin, congratulating Note and welcoming him to their ranks. With a polite gesture, she presents a beautiful golden B-class adventurer card resting on a small red pillow. Note picks up the card, feeling the cool metal in his gloved hand. He stares at the gold plate, realizing that his journey is finally beginning. Just then, he hears a voice call out. He turns around to see Elijah standing near the stairs, waving at him with a proud grin. Even the low-class adventurers Note had watched earlier are standing in the lobby, happily giving him enthusiastic thumbs up to show their respect. Note is slightly embarrassed by the sudden attention, but Sylvie has a completely different attitude. Perched on Note's shoulder, she narrows her eyes and lets out a sassy chirp, silently telling the onlookers to go back to training. Note can only sweat drop at his companion's fiery attitude. Jasmine steps up beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. She tells him that while he may still be a newcomer to the guild, he is officially an adventurer now, holding up her own high-rank card and welcoming him as one of them. Note looks down at his golden card. He thinks to himself that as the masked warrior, Note, he is finally free from the heavy noble ties and expectations that hold back the life of Arthur Leywin. In this disguise, he can finally push his limits in secret. As they prepare to leave, Note reflects deeply on his battle with Caspian. The duel had confirmed a lot of important things for him. He realizes that since arriving in this new world, he had spent far too much time adjusting to and learning its complex magic system. He had spent years focusing on mastering Sylvia's dragon will, honing his elemental magic, and learning deviant spells like fire and lightning.
Because his mana capacity in this world seemed practically limitless, he had completely forgotten his greatest strength.
He remembers his previous life as King Gray. In that past world, Gray had possessed an incredibly small pool of Kai, which meant he could never rely on raw magical power. Instead, he had been forced to spend his entire life refining the simplest physical movements and swordsmanship techniques to absolute perfection. But during his fight with Caspian, Note realized his movements were off and his balance was heavily disrupted. He had become so engrossed in his flashy new magical abilities that he had completely dismissed training in the very thing he was best at before, pure elite swordsmanship. He silently vows to train his physical body and sword skills until they match his past expertise, realizing he must combine both magic and steel to become truly powerful. Shortly after, Note and Jasmine walk down the cobblestone streets of Xyrus. They stop in front of a massive stone archway housing a swirling, glowing green portal, the teleportation gate leading to the legendary Beast Glades.
The armored guards blocking the entrance stop them, politely stating that traveling to the dangerous Beast Glades requires an official guild license or permit. Note and Jasmine calmly hold up their high-rank adventurer cards. Seeing the golden plates, the guards immediately step aside and allow them to pass. Before they step through, Jasmine glances over at Note, asking if he needs to buy any last-minute supplies before they head out into the wild. Note shakes his head, stating that he has already packed everything he could possibly need for the next week. Jasmine nods, her gaze turning toward the swirling green light. She tells him it is time to go and steps directly into the portal. Note takes a deep breath and steps in right behind her, their bodies instantly dissolving into the green energy as they are warped across the continent. On the other side of the portal, the world brightens. Note and Jasmine step out of the gate, emerging into a beautiful, lush green valley under a warm orange sunset. Birds fly peacefully through the clear sky above. Note looks around the quiet landscape, slightly confused. He asks if this is truly the dangerous Beast Glades, noting that the area seems far too peaceful. Jasmine explains that they have arrived at a safe outpost located near the base of the Grand Mountains. She tells him that because this specific area has already been heavily explored, it is relatively safe. She explains that lower-class adventurers frequently use this outer zone to train their skills and gather simple ingredients for low-level quests. Right on cue, Note notices a young novice adventurer dressed in green running through the grass with a drawn sword. The novice is eagerly chasing a small black skunk-like beast with a bushy white tail, hoping for an easy catch. Jasmine continues her explanation, stating that the liquids those small beasts produce inside their scent glands are highly valuable for making potions and elixirs. Just as the young adventurer lunges to strike, the small beast suddenly whips around. With a loud swoosh, it sprays a thick, foul-smelling cloud of green gas directly into the adventurer's face. The toxic stink is so incredibly powerful that the novice's eyes roll back and he immediately falls flat on his back, completely knocked unconscious by the terrible smell. Note can only sweat drop in disbelief behind his mask, realizing that even the peaceful areas of the Beast Glades have their own unique dangers. Deep in the quiet woods of the Beast Glades, Note is lying flat on his back in the grass, completely exhausted. His chest heaves as he tries to catch his breath, his tongue sticking out in comical defeat. He reflects to himself that if it weren't for the special mana rotation technique that Sylvia had taught him, he would never have been able to keep up with Jasmine's blistering pace. Jasmine walks over, carrying a bundle of dry sticks under her arm. She looks down at the exhausted boy and asks if he has a light red core. Jasmine slowly nods, still trying to recover. Jasmine admits that even though she had slowed down her pace a bit, she is still deeply impressed. She confesses that she fully expected they would have to stop and rest multiple times along the way. Jasmine crouches down by a circle of stones and begins to build a campfire. With a soft click of her fingers, a spark ignites and a warm fire instantly flickers to life, casting a cozy glow over the darkening forest.
The sun completely sets, and a dark blue blanket of stars rolls over the forest canopy. An owl perches silently on a nearby branch, watching the two travelers. As they sit by the crackling fire, Jasmine asks if Note's bonded beast Sylvie is doing okay, noting that she has not returned yet. Note smiles softly beneath his hood. He explains that Sylvie has been sending him mental updates and is actually having a wonderful time exploring the wild world. He reasons that it must have felt incredibly suffocating for a beast like her to be trapped indoors in the city for so long. Jasmine nods in agreement, watching the flames. After a quiet moment, Note decides to break the silence. He asks Jasmine what made her want to become an adventurer in the first place. Immediately, Jasmine looks down, her eyes clouding with a deep sadness. Note freezes, instantly regretting his question. He thinks to himself that he must have touched a very sore spot. But Jasmine takes a quiet breath and decides to open up. She softly confesses that she simply wanted to get away from her family.
She explains the painful history of her house. The Flamesworth family was a major contributor in the brutal war against the elves. For generations, her family has produced some of the kingdom's most powerful fire mages, including legendary conjurers and augmenters. Because fire is considered the most destructive and powerful of the elements, her family takes immense pride in their legacy. So, when Jasmine awakened her magical abilities much earlier than any of her siblings, her parents had incredibly high expectations of her. Jasmine raises her hand, and a gentle swirl of pale green wind magic begins to dance around her fingertips. Her voice trembles slightly as she explains that when her official aptitude tests were conducted, they revealed she had absolutely no affinity for the fire element. Instead, she was born with wind magic. Because she could not inherit the family's signature element, her parents and relatives immediately deemed her as a failure, a lesser being. They cast her aside, treating her like an outcast in her own home, eventually leading her to run away. Hearing this, Note is suddenly filled with a wave of intense anger. He sits up straight and shouts that it is completely stupid. Jasmine looks up, startled by his sudden outburst. Note stands up, gesturing wildly. He yells that while he understands there are different levels of mana core strength, creating a social hierarchy based on elemental affinities is completely absurd. He points out that not a single elemental affinity is innately better than the other, and that everything simply depends on how well a mage utilizes their unique power. Jasmine stares at him in stunned silence. Then, a small chuckle escapes her lips. She covers her mouth as her quiet chuckle quickly turns into a faint, joyful laugh.
Note stops mid-gesture, his face turning bright red with embarrassment as he watches her. He has never seen the cold, aloof Jasmine show such genuine emotion before. Jasmine wipes a tear of laughter from her eye, apologizing to him. She smiles warmly, admitting that because Note is usually so incredibly calm and composed, she was completely taken by surprise by how angry he got on her behalf. Note scratches his cheek, trying to hide his embarrassment. He silently realizes that he must have gotten so upset because her story reminded him of his past life as King Gray. In that past world, his biggest disadvantage was that his ki pool, which is similar to a mana core, was far weaker than average. Yet, in this new world, he is blessed with limitless potential. He thinks of his loving family and friends, realizing how deeply unfair it is that talented people like Jasmine are cast aside just because they do not fit a family mold.
Jasmine looks at the fire, her expression turning peaceful. She explains that whether it is augmenters versus conjurers or one element over another, She has long since accepted that people will always look for silly ways to feel superior to others. She says it is simply human nature. Besides, she adds with a soft smile, the twin horns have always treated her like real family. Note looks at her, realizing that beneath her cold, silent exterior, Jasmine is actually incredibly vulnerable. Note smiles back, telling her that he is honestly glad she was the one who volunteered to accompany him. He explains that she is not afraid to speak her mind and tell him when he is wrong, which is exactly what he needs, since he has a tendency to go a bit overboard at times. Jasmine smiles softly, playfully reminding him that it is not nice to tease his elders. As the night grows colder, they slip into their sleeping bags near the warm embers of the campfire. After a few minutes of quiet, Jasmine speaks into the darkness, calling Arthur's name. Arthur hums in response. Jasmine softly admits that, looking back, she feels like she might have pressured him into choosing her as his guardian. She confesses that she is not the most friendly or outgoing person, nor is she the most knowledgeable member of the Twin Horns. She wonders if they should have asked for his opinion first, instead of making the decision for him. Arthur smiles in the dark, telling her that it is okay, teasingly adding that she is surprisingly sensitive.
Jasmine clicks her tongue in mock annoyance, turning over in her sleeping bag. Arthur smiles, closing his eyes as a gentle breeze rustles the leaves above, lulling the two adventurers into a deep, peaceful sleep under the starry night.
Under a beautiful, clear blue sky, birds chirp merrily from the branches of the tall green trees. A cute rabbit pops its head out of the bushes, enjoying the peaceful morning. Arthur is lying flat on his back, his eyes closed as he slowly wakes up. He feels a warm, heavy weight resting on his chest. Smiling in his sleep, he whispers to himself that Sylvie is getting far too heavy to be sleeping on him like this. Arthur slowly opens his eyes, but instead of seeing his cute little black dragon companion, he is horrified to find a strange, incredibly ugly black creature staring right back at him. The weird beast has a bright pink nose, tiny squinty eyes, and huge buck teeth with drool dripping down its chin. Arthur's eyes widen in absolute terror. He lets out a loud, undignified shriek, rolling and thrashing wildly. Still wrapped tightly like a mummy inside his sleeping bag, he desperately scrambles across the grass to escape, while the startled, ugly beast runs away into the bushes. Arthur sits up, breathing heavily as he sniffs the air. A delicious scent drifts over to him, and he notices several fresh fish grilling over a crackling campfire. Nearby, Jasmine is standing near a cracked boulder, wiping her face with a towel. She looks over, calmly greeting him. Arthur rubs his eyes, yawning as he complains that she should have woken him up so he could help with the morning chores. Jasmine explains that she did try to wake him up, but he simply would not budge. Arthur laughs sheepishly, admitting that sleeping like a log is a bad habit of his. Jasmine tells him that since he is finally awake, they should eat. She suggests that he call his bonded beast, Sylvie, to join them. Arthur looks around, but the moment he spots his companion, his face turns pale. Over in the grass, the tiny black dragon is happily chewing on the exact same buck-toothed creature that had been drooling on Arthur's chest earlier. With fresh blood on her mouth, Sylvie looks incredibly pleased with her morning snack. Arthur can only stare in sheer disgust, muttering that Sylvie is doing just fine, before turning away to block out the gross sight. After finishing their breakfast, Note asks what their next move is. Jasmine finishes fastening her sword belt and looks at him. She calmly explains that part of the reason she brought him out to this peaceful area was to spar with him. Note is completely taken aback, repeating the word in confusion. Jasmine explains her reasoning. During his tests, she noticed that his fighting style looked awkward at times. It seemed as if Note knew exactly what moves he wanted to make in his head, but his physical body simply refused to listen to him. She explains that before they can run any dangerous dungeons or take on difficult guild missions, she needs to know his true physical limits. She instructs him to restrict his mana usage entirely, allowing him to only use a tiny amount to dull his blade, so they do not accidentally cut each other. Jasmine points to the plain wooden walking stick strapped to Note's back, telling him to use his other sword. Note's eyes widen. He touches the wooden sheath, asking how she could possibly have known it was a sword. Jasmine smiles slightly, pointing out that Note is far too practical of a person to carry around a plain wooden stick without a very good reason. Note can only sweat drop at her sharp observation. Following her to a nearby grassy clearing, Note draws his weapon. He slides the wooden sheath off, revealing a beautiful, glowing cyan blade that sparkles in the morning light. As he holds the glowing sword, Note reflects on his training, realizing how incredibly long it has been since he last fought a battle without reinforcing his body with mana. With a swift zoom, Note lunges forward, initiating the spar. Their blades clash with a sharp clank, sparks flying into the air as Jasmine parries his strike. Jasmine is unbelievably fast, her movements a blur as she counters with her twin daggers. Note is forced onto the defensive, blocking and parrying her rapid attacks as best as he can. But without mana to reinforce his muscles, his young body quickly tires. Jasmine executes a swift, powerful sweep, completely throwing Note off balance. With a loud thud, Note crashes onto his back in the dirt. He sits up, breathing heavily as he rests his hands on the grass, admitting defeat. Jasmine sheaths her daggers and looks down at him. She praises his performance, noting that while his young physique is clearly lacking and his movements are awkward, his precise techniques easily make up for his shortcomings. She adds that his intuition and reflexes are top-notch, calling them almost scary. Note smiles up at her, thanking her for the compliment, but adds that he knows he was going easy on him. Jasmine touches her temple with a sigh, smiling, as she notes his scary intuition has proven her point. Lying back down in the grass, Note reflects deeply on the spar. He realizes that his duel with Jasmine has confirmed his worst fears. Since coming to this world, he had become so completely obsessed with learning and mastering the incredible wonders of elemental magic that he had grown complacent in his skills as a swordsman. His vast magical power had slowly become a crutch that he leaned on far too heavily. Magic had merely masked his physical limitations and the shortcomings of his young, undeveloped body. He silently resolves to train his physical body and swordsmanship to match his past expertise, realizing he must master both magic and steel if he ever wants to become truly powerful.